everybody? And Boy, this is my channel. Happy Monday to everyone. It's a gloomy Monday here, but not bringing down my mood. At least not so far. There's plenty of hours left in the day. We'll see how it all goes. Now, today's starting off good. Hopefully the same can be said for everyone else. It's Monday. That means we're going to do a little bit of writing, and it feels good that we're going to sit here doing some writing because it's been a week since the last time we did that. I, due to scheduling issues, had to skip our second writing session last week, and boy, if that doesn't make me just feel super far behind on all of my writing goals and efforts, then I don't know what does. So I'm glad I get to sit here and do a little writing. Hopefully all y'all are gonna sit here and join me and be glad for it as well. Yeah, gonna be some good times. Yeah, and I don't have any other like intro to that. Sometimes I sit here and babble with like introductory stuff for a while, but honestly today I'm just feeling ready to get some writing done. So I'm gonna bring us right on over and let's just get to it. Let's right to our live scene here. Yeah, I just want to write, man. I've been feeling very creative lately. I mean, a good babble has its place. Savage Dad. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. I mean, on the one hand, a Savage Dad sounds super entertaining. On the other hand, sounds like I might be getting some undercooked food. Like, I don't know. I'm glad you're here, and I'm with you. A good babble can be very entertaining. And we will certainly have plenty of babbles before the end of the stream. We got 4 hours. We got 4 hours to sit here, and I am incapable. I'm incapable of not babbling for that entire time. There's going to be some periods. I'd be savage with 4 kids. See, but now it's a chicken or the egg situation. Were you a savage prior or because of the kids? I feel like some days that line might be a little blurred, a little unclear. But you have all of my respect. I can barely handle a nephew for like 3 hours tops, let alone raising 4 children. So that's applause there. Anyone would be a little savage after that experience, I have to imagine. All right. Let's get our mental warm-ups going here and keep working on our spells here. Bring me, come on, D&D Beyond. Why are you slow? There we go. Yeah, let's make a spell. I can't remember if was there only the one level 7 abjuration? There was. So we're on to level 8. We're very close to being done with our abjuration spells. Like shockingly close. That's exciting. That's fun, some fun stuff. Like the kids did it. Addition rerunning. Yeah, I write 5e is what I do. Because everyone, pretty much every time I start a new game, it's because people I know or friends of friends or something like that want to get into D&D, and 5e is easily one of the most accessible versions. If for no other reason, because it's the current one and people can, you can borrow these books from the library. And everyone knows what D&D is. So yeah, I pretty much for this campaign we're writing for 5e. Most of the fantasy tabletop writing stuff that I do is for 5e. The idea is for it to be easy enough to transfer it over to something like Pathfinder. If you so choose, you just change what enemies and stat blocks and all that you're using, but the general setting could still work. But yes, we're working with 5e. Particularly for this project, which is a process of turning all of the spells as they are, into a rune system for players to enchant their own items and have much cooler, more fun items as opposed to just getting your standard +1, +2, whatever. Still play 3. Yeah, so 3.5 is definitely still very prevalent among people who already play D&D. Among people who don't play D&D, 5e is the easiest one to find and get a hold of, because when you're a library curator or someone who's stocking a store shelf, you're going to stock the things that are coming out and that are new and are making headlines within the scene. So 5e is 100% more accessible to someone who isn't already entrenched in the hobby. If you're already entrenched, it's very easy to find Pathfinder games or Starfinder games if you want to branch out from fantasy, or 3.5 if you want to go back to a bit more heritage. But if you're new to the hobby, 100% 5e is the easiest one to find. I have very little doubt of that. It is a very, very clear thing from my experience. So, but yeah, so let's go ahead and make a rune here. Okay, we're gonna make. Okay, first off, we have to set up a new page here. So let's just copy our page and get that put into place here. Da 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 da. Level 8 imbibements. Boom, there we go. We can get rid of some of these things we just don't really need. Don't need any of that stuff. We just need our imbibement because that's all we're working with at the moment. Copy. Placeholder so we can just copy and paste. Easy enough. Okay, I already forgot what the hell I'm doing. Anti-magic field. That's the one I'm doing. Alright, we're gonna copy all this so that we can then take it over and just kind of work on massaging our language a little bit here and turning this into a beautiful rune so we can have a wonderfully overpowered item and make it so our players really truly feel like the heroes they deserve to be. Anti-magic field. And then for our stuff here, we're just gonna paste it right in there. Clear it out. Going through all of the housekeeping stuff here, getting ourselves ready. Come on, scroll up, scroll up. You can do it. You're gonna do it. Spazzing out does not help. In case you were wondering, that just confuses the program more, so that's not actually an approved way to get the computer to do what you want. Just kind of like how if the computer locks up, it's a bad idea to click a million times over because then it has to process all of those clicks as slowly as it's processing one. It's best to either wait or kill the program. Pro tip from a guy who barely knows how to use his computer. Alright. So let's see what we got here. A 10-foot radius invisible sphere of anti-magic surrounds the item. The item. It feels like you're doing... Yes, 100%. Emotionally, the flailing is much more satisfying than sitting and huffing. Kind of like how when you're stuck... So, like, I can think of two obvious examples of this in the real world. One, when you're in the line at the grocery store and the one next to you is going faster, so you slide over and get into that one, even though it would probably be faster to just stay in the one that you're in. Because as soon as they're done with that massive the massive order that the person in front of you has, then things will move quickly again. But you still move because you feel like you're being more productive. And in that very same vein, when there's a traffic jam, so you in a huff pull a U-turn and take the longer way because at least it's still moving, even though ultimately it takes longer to turn around, backtrack, and start fresh on the longer route as opposed to just stay the course and wait for traffic to clear up. Humans are emotional creatures, and we will always choose the emotional route, like the emotionally satisfying route, even if ultimately it's not the better thing. And that's ultimately why we will continually choose the immediate gratification option as opposed to the long-term gratification route, and which is why we will always be doomed to destroy our world and destroy ourselves and be our own worst enemies, because we are very much an instant gratification group of people. yeah, just watching people. Like, the best part is when you know it's gonna happen, because like if you're in the grocery store or whatever, or if you're in line on like at the inside of the fast food joint or whatever, and you can just like hear the person behind you you know, just letting out that like frustrated huff, and so you just know it's coming. You're like, oh, a passive aggressive meltdown is coming, and you know it's gonna happen just because you could just hear that little you know, like there's like a dog that was deprived a bone. You hear it and you know, and that's when you become That's when you become you foster your inner Colin Robinson from What We Do in the Dark or Shadows or whatever. I forget which one's the movie and which one's the TV show. About being the emotional vampire, and it's like you can hear other people getting impatient and frustrated and bored or whatever, and you can just like soak in the energy and be like, yes, let your suffering fuel me. Takes time ordering, knowing the person. Yeah, 100%. I'm like that's the same as with me. I'm the guy who, if I'm already going 5 over the speed limit and I am successfully making significant progress passing someone in the in the passing lane, but then someone who wants to book it at like 15 over starts riding my tail, I'm like, you can just wait until I get over. And I do. I pass and I immediately move back over. But there's something satisfying. Like if I am already speeding and you want me to speed faster, I'm unlikely to comply. I am unlikely. If you're an ambulance, possibly. We'll see what kind of a mood I'm in. Because there's a 90% chance that the person you're on your way to save is probably a dickhead who would probably be a rude driver. Okay, can you imagine how much of a villain I would have to be? Good lord. Alright, anyway. 10-foot radius on invisible sphere of anti-magic surrounds the item. This area is divorced from the magical energy that suffuses the multiverse. That is a loaded sentence, and I'm excited to see how that's going to turn into a magical item here. This area is divorced from the magical energy that suffuses the multiverse. That's the type of sentence that you sit there and it's like, did you sit there with a thesaurus? Or did you just, do you just naturally talk that way to whoever originally wrote this? This area is divorced from the magical energy that suffuses the multiverse. I love it. I love it. Okay, within the sphere, spells can't be cast, summoned creatures disappear, and even magic items become mundane. Until the spell ends, the sphere moves with you, centered on you. I love this, because this inherently, if we're going to turn this into an enchanted item, this item inherently has a very strong limiter on it, which is, if you are holding this item, yes, you've got this radius where items don't impact you, so that's great, right? Because you're suddenly not bothered by magic, but you better not be wanting to cast your own magic or use your own other magical items, because they will not work in there. So I immediately really like this spell as an enchantment as it is. I immediately think this is excellent. Spells and other magical effects, except those created by an artifact or a deity, are suppressed in the sphere and can't protrude into it. But see, there we go. Except those created by an artifact or a deity. So, powerful enough magic can go into it. Like a danger zone. That's just from Black Clover. I'm not familiar with Black Clover, but just the words feels like a danger zone. Yes, 100%. Just knowing the implications of that. Absolutely. A slot expended to cast a suppressed spell is consumed. While an effect is suppressed, it doesn't function, but the time it spends suppressed counts against its duration. Okay, so the concept here being, if you cast a spell that lasts 10 minutes, oh, excuse me, but the area that it's affecting is within this anti-magic field for 5 minutes, it only has 5 minutes of effect left. I like this. And I really, honestly, I don't want to change anything about it. I like the idea of this being an item that you use that exists explicitly to be an anti-magical item, right? That item creates a field around it. So whether you carry it in your pocket or you want to just like use it as like a magical EMP and just like chuck it at bad guys, that's great. The problem with it, the thing that's going to be really interesting about it, is figuring out how someone would balance this thing and want to be able to use other magical items if they're carrying this item. So I actually really like this. Like, it's just a permanent void of magic. Form the magic, everyone fights the magic. There's the only guy who has form without magic. Somehow got an anti-magic sword. That is definitely 100% a hero's power trip story. I love it. I love it. Put it with your fighters and mage killer? Sure. Sure. Yeah, you could do that. Area is divorced from magical energy that suffuses the multiverse. Within the sphere, spells can't be cast, summoned creatures disappear, and even magic items become mundane. Till the spell ends, the sphere moves with you, centered on you. Hold on, we gotta change this. Moves with... I'm gonna actually just take out until the spell ends. This is... Let's see here. We're just going to change this to... A sphere moves with the item, centered on the item. The item. Spells and other magical effects, except those created by an artifact or a deity, are suppressed in the sphere and can't protrude into it. Okay, now that one's interesting, where it says created by an artifact, even though we also have just said that magical items become mundane. Except those created by an artifact. So there's very specific rules. I'm going to leave it as it is, although that definitely seems like something that will probably need further massaging if this ever gets used in a campaign. But I'm going to leave it as is, just because I feel like how to interpret that and how to manage that is really going to be dependent on what the magical item / artifact is that's in question, as well as how you want to operate your campaign, your system. Right, because every DM in every world is going to be a little different, and I feel like the sort of inherent contradiction that's involved in this a little bit, can like how that gets interpreted can change based on how magic works in your world. So I'm gonna leave that one as is for now. I mean, it doesn't have to be contradictory. I mean, an artifact and a standard magical item can clearly be different things, but they can also kind of be the same thing depending on how you're interpreting stuff. So. We're just gonna leave it. I'm gonna take the political approach to this one and offer up a nothing answer, and then proceed to not touch it with a 10-foot pole, no matter how much people need an answer. So, yeah, exactly. Having that wiggle room can really be valuable as a DM. Just because, like, the beauty of D&D is that there is an infinite number of situations and solutions just based on the players and the DM, and so it's nice to have that wiggle room so that way you can handle situations, because I have never had a session where my players didn't once come up with something that I had not expected. So that's the way the game works, and that's why I love it. So yeah, we're gonna just leave it as is. Targeted effects. Spells and other magical effects, such as Magic Missile and Charm Person, that target a creature or an object in the sphere, have no effect on that target. Perfect. That one stays as it is. Rules become a thing. Rules if I can hit. Yeah, exactly. That's why house rules are definitely such a valuable thing. And, like, it's why they make it really fun, too, because they can... Yeah, like, it's honestly what's fun about house rules is you can even use them to the opposite effect. You can take something that might normally be very specific and hard-nosed and suddenly make it, you know, a little bit out there. So it's the house rules in general are just a beautiful thing. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. I'm glad you're having a good time. All right, so yeah, I think targeted effects are perfect. Areas of magic. The area of another spell or magical effect, such as Fireball, can't extend into the sphere. If the sphere overlaps an area of magic, the part of the area that is covered by the sphere is suppressed. For example, the flames created by Wall of Fire are suppressed within the sphere, creating a gap in the wall if the overlap is large enough. I love that with the rules right there. They basically give you the, hey, elbow nudge, you can use it this way, elbow nudge. It's like they give you one of the most powerful uses of it right there. They just say it. It's almost like the writers were like, listen here, player. We understand that sometimes you're clever, but we also understand that sometimes you're real stupid. So we're going to throw you a bone, and here's a really obvious way to do it, so that way you can overcome the stupid and become the clever. Oh, that one's perfect. Spells. I don't think any of this is going to need to be changed. Honestly, I think this spell is going to be excellent the way it is, for the sake of an enchantment, and I'm actually really really intrigued by this as an enchanted item. I really like this. Spells. Any active spell or other magical effect on a creature or an object in the sphere is suppressed while the creature or object is in it. So you can almost use that as a way to escape a spell, too. You could just jump into it. Oh, excuse me, which is great. Magic items. The properties and powers of magic items are suppressed in the sphere. For example, a longsword +1 in the sphere becomes a non-magical longsword. That's the one that I think is going to be really interesting about someone creating an item with this that just kind of sits in their pocket and creates a void, because there's inevitably going to be a time when them or their companions are also going to have magic items that they do not want suppressed. And suddenly it's like, okay, how do we do this? Just pretend that they're like magically stinky and you have to like keep 5 feet, otherwise you're going to hurl. No, I think that's really exciting. I think that's going to be a really interesting one. Magic weapons, properties, and powers are suppressed if it is used against a target in the sphere or wielded by an attacker in the sphere. Yeah, so it can't be used in the sphere. A magic weapon or a piece of magic ammunition fully leaves the sphere. For example, if you fire a magic arrow or throw a magic spear at the target outside the sphere, the magic of the item ceases to be suppressed as soon as it exits. See, now that's kind of a fun idea. Someone who's like an archer with magical items, they can use, with like magical arrows, they could use that as like a shield, and then they can just like fire their weapons, and it's like an almost, it's like being able to have concealed effects, so people don't know what kind of arrow is coming, right? They don't know that it's going to be a fire or an ice arrow or something like that. So in that sense, this makes it really interesting for ranged items. If you're doing melee items, obviously this is a problem. But if you're doing ranged items, this suddenly becomes a really, really awesome addition to the whole armory that you've got equipped or whatever. So I like this. The one thing I'm going to do is, just for the sake of formatting, this is all part of the same discussion, so I'm just going to do that. Because it bothers me that we have another bullet that isn't following the bulleted effects here. And I almost even want to, like, tab all of these, because they're all kind of an extension of that previous bullet. And it just makes conceptual sense to do this. So I'm going to do it, because I can't let these things go. Put it on arrows. Ooh, a suppressive arrow? God, can you imagine the insult of that? You're like, you're a wizard or whatever, and suddenly you get hit in the shoulder with an arrow, and so not only are you writhing in pain, but you can't even cast like your own healing magic on yourself. Oh man, that would be really powerful. That would take so much time though. Like, so the thing about this system that I've created, right, this rune system, is the more powerful the spell is, so like a level 8 one, the more intensive, like the more time consuming, the more resources it takes to properly enchant it. So a level 8 spell being an enchantment on an item, or an imbibement, as I say, because there is a school of enchantment and it gets confusing. A level 8 imbibement, this is something that someone would be working on for months, maybe years of in-game time, is the idea. So it's like them creating this arrow. If they created this one arrow, I do love the idea of them like shooting it into a mage, and then the mage just like running away for the sake of self-preservation, and the person's like, wait, he's got my arrow, and suddenly it just becomes like a foot chase, because you got to get your arrow back. And so I love the idea of this being an arrow that someone is desperate to get back after they use it, but that like inherently also again puts some limits to it, because they're going to be less likely to use it on, say, a particularly big enemy with some magical abilities, because they don't want the big enemy to just like be able to lope off, right? Because like one step of theirs is worth 60 of a human steps or whatever. Yeah, you'd want to save it for the big bad, and you'd want to, like, not only that, but you'd also want to like strategically use it in a situation where you suspect it's less likely the big bad is going to escape, right? Like, you want to make sure they don't have a horse nearby, or make sure they don't have a ton of henchmen left, right? You want to clear out the henchmen that might be able to distract you while the big bad runs away or whatever like that. So, like, that's I love when there's a magical item that sort of inherently has these types of limitations to it, right? Like, not limitations in the sense of, oh, you're only allowed to use it once per day, which I will happily put that limitation on depending on the nature of the spell and the enchantment. but one that just sort of like has these strategic limitations where it's like, if you don't plan accordingly with these strategies, you could really like waste or lose this item, and you'd be real sad about that. So I really like this one. This is a really cool one. I'm immediately excited for a time when someone in my games has the chance to use this. Yeah, it absolutely would prevent teleporting away. That's very true. That's very true. So it could be strategically to stop them from getting away if they're a magical big bad. And that's like where doing research on your enemies can pay dividends too, because what type of magic do they have? Is it magic that this is going to play a significant role in, or is it magic that they can still kill you without the magic, right? Like if it's just a big giant thing that also has some magical resistances or whatever, it's like, okay, yeah, you made it so that like this mage bear whatever isn't going to be able to use like magical bleed damage on you or whatever, but also it's still a giant bear and you're still screwed if you provoke it. So keep that in mind when you're choosing to use it or not. I like this item. This is just this rune itself is awesome, but I do actually really like the idea of an arrow. And I think for the example item, I'm probably going to lean into that and create, you know, a famous arrow that was used by like a mage killer or something like that. I really like that. I really think that's cool. Magical travel, just like we were just talking about, teleportation and planar travel fail to work in the sphere, whether the sphere is the destination or the departure point for such magical travel. A portal to another location, world, or plane of existence, as well as an opening to an extra-dimensional space, such as that created by the rope trick spell, temporarily, that's a hard word to say and sound like you're not drunk, temporarily closes while in the sphere. Yeah, that's awesome. Oh my god, this is such a cool enchantment. Oh, I love this. I love this. Creatures and objects. A creature or object summoned or created by magic temporarily winks out of existence in the sphere. Such a creature instantly reappears once the space the creature occupied is no longer within the sphere. I love the idea of someone having a minion, right, that's with them, like a summoned friend or a summoned companion, and they accidentally get too close to the sphere and they disappear, and there's like all this confusion, and then they leave the sphere and suddenly the creature's back like, what happened? Where was I? Like they just kind of gets like sucked up into nothingness for a moment. Talk about a near-death experience right there. Okay, so that's good as it is. Spells and magical effects such as dispel magic have no effect on the sphere. Likewise, the spheres created by different anti-magic field spells don't nullify each other. This one is really interesting. Because it creates like a natural firewall for itself to make sure in and of itself it can't be dispelled, right? So as you put this enchantment, it's like it's a permanent thing, which is great. Unless you want to dispel it, in which case, guess you're just gonna have to throw it in the river and hope that no one golems that crap and finds it. You know, it's like the only way to get rid of it is to get rid of it. I like this. I like this a lot. This is gonna be a really, really fun one when it eventually comes into play in any of my games. Ooh, I like it. Okay, type of an item that it can enchant. Can enchant anything, but is best if placed on a small mobile object. Boom, there we go. Polymorph giant monster getting too close to dropping back to a regular person. Yeah, like it's a real Scooby-Doo moment where it's like this horrible ghost monster. All along it was a guy with a spell. And I would have gotten away with it too if it weren't for you meddling anti-mages. I like it. I like this a lot. This is a cool item. This is a really cool item. Yeah, so we can enchant anything. Let's, just get some of our basic mechanics as needed. So this is one, the duration is 1 hour. But depending on how it works out and how it balances, I like the idea of letting this just be a permanent effect once it's enchanted on the item, because it changes the nature of it so much. And the thing I always think about it too is, like, you do want to limit things. Like if there's something that's got like a discrete effect, like you cast fireball, so if you're creating like a wand that can cast fireball or whatever, or like I'll create some of the items, some of the lower level items are more like a glove of lay on hands, right? So it's like that glove can cast it, but it's like when you place that glove on an injured individual, it'll cast the spell and then it has to like recharge over time. So in a lot of those situations, a duration or a recharge time is really valuable, and that's the best way to limit the item. But when you get something like this where the powers are just so effective, but you can have a real monkey paw type of effect where it's like, oh no, I never thought this would backfire like this. I kind of like letting it be permanent because that just changes the dynamic of the item so much, right? And the other thing that I always think about too is if something ends up being abusable by the players, it's also abusable by the villains, right? And that's one of the reasons why I don't worry too. There are a lot of reasons, but it's one of the reasons why I don't worry too much about any of these items or these enchantments becoming too overpowered, because I'm God in this situation. I am the DM. I am God. So it's like I can balance this in any way, shape, or form, and I don't even need to cheese it, right? I can just make sure that for every one item of this magnitude that a player has, I'll just give a good villain, you know, another one or two of these items to just kind of balance the tables a little bit. And be like, yeah, you're not the only ones who have these magical things. Like, the Lord giveth, and the Lord giveth equally to your foes, right? Is sort of the idea. It's like any of these items as a baseline don't have allegiance to anyone other than the person who has them. And if you think that you guys are such heroes that you're the only people to ever have a historic item of this magnitude, especially if it's an item that you could potentially just find an item with this enchantment on it, you know, you better think again. So the duration for this one, so how it's cast, I'm going to say this one is always active. The range is going to be our 10, it was 10-foot radius, right? Yeah, 10-foot radius. 10-foot radius. Boom. And Munchkin out for stuff like this too, yeah. Change the whole party synergy and change the world entirely with this introduction. Absolutely. Absolutely. And like, you know, like, I say this every time, so people who have been in my streams previously are like, oh god, he's saying this again. But it is always true. The more chaos that's present in my games, the happier I am with them. I love when everything is exploding and going completely insane and people barely understand what's happening around them. I love it. I don't care if it slows down turns and rounds in combat. I don't care if it makes things super complicated to figure out when they're trying to plan a heist or whatever they're trying to do. The more chaos that's happening, the happier I am. I thrive on that. When we've got a situation where there's like 7 different area effects, like that wall's on fire, there's a wall of water over there, there's a bunch of vines and weeds tangling up people, that person's been charmed and is betraying his teammates, that person's out of spells and now is just like swinging a knife around randomly, that guy's hammer keeps causing like booming area effects so it hits everyone nearby every time they just move. Like, I love it. The more chaos that's happening, the better. It's like, oh, why? We'll throw a tornado in there too. Why not? Right? Why not? The tornado throws everyone around and you've all been jumbled into different positions, and now I'm going to have to add that to a battle map because it sounds awesome. A battle map with like sliding tiles that just moves people to different locations randomly. Oh, I'm into it. I love the chaos. And so items like this just feed into it. Like, in some ways, it reduces the chaos, but by doing that, it also increases the chaos because suddenly they walk to a different place, and it's like, oh, it turns out that those vines you were relying on holding down the enemy are no longer present because you moved just a little too close. And suddenly, everything changes. I love it. Love this type of stuff. Big fan. Big fan of the chaos. Big fan of the broken game. I love it. I love all that stuff. Duration. It's going to say indefinite. Indefinite. No saves or anything present on this one. We can get rid of that. And then embodiment type, I've been kind of talking about how this is like, I'm going to call this one like a passive I'm gonna call this a passive debuff. Defuff? Debuff. It kind of is a defuff. So we're gonna call it a passive. Is this just because it's a depuff? I like passive depuff. I like the concept of depuffing. Wait, no, I don't. That sounds horrible. Puffy. Well, it depends on what type of puffy we're talking about. If we're talking puffy as in like a puffy pillow, like I want it nice and puffy. If we're talking about like a black eye, no, I don't want it puffy. That makes it hard to see. So, anyway. Sorry, that was a weird tangent right there. Anyways, I think this is good. I don't think we need any additional notes for this one. I think it's good. Now let's talk about an example item. Let's talk about that arrow. First, let's go ahead and take a visit. So I have thought about this. I have thought about the fact that as we get up, these things become extremely powerful. And I've thought about trying to make sure that I balance them. So you can see here, we have a list of roughly what level of wonder and rarity and commonality or what have you a level 8 item would be. And it kind of goes up. And this is all carefully thought out and balanced based on my attitudes one afternoon when I decided like doing this and just kind of went with what I felt. So it's very scientific, and you should hang on every word and use it exactly as is in your game. And if you're not familiar, I'm being 100% sarcastic. And this is all just kind of an emotional thing, and even I will modify it from time to time. But it's good to have sort of this baseline consistency present. And so I try to stick with it for the most part. At the very least, use it as a starting point, and then just like maybe kind of nudge my way over here, nudge my way over there based on what I want to do with the item. But anyway, level 8. Demigod level item. These items were not made for mortals. Typically, they were forged in the ether, where magic flows freely to be captured and harnessed. Only lesser gods or their more powerful leaders possess the knowledge and power needed to make something of this magnitude. These items cannot be made by a mortal alone. They must at least channel the attention and power of a demigod in order for something like this to manifest in the mortal realm. Otherwise, the items must be forged in the ether and brought through to the material realm. And that's like part of the concept of if our players want to do this. They need to have favor, and they need to have direct intervention from one of their deities, right? Like they need to actively ask a god who will look upon them and be like, okay, I'll help you make this item, but typically speaking, doing so will also come with sort of expectations. Be like, I'll help you make this item, but I expect you to use it in this, that, or the other way. Typically for the glory of the god, right? So it's like, be prepared to have a very dramatic catchphrase anytime you're going to use this item. You know, be prepared. You know, by the power of Grayskull, right? Like that's what we're talking about here. These items have names typically given to honor the deity and the location of its creation, right? Exactly. There we go. There we go. Hey, we're getting raided. Sellout Jester, welcome. Welcome, everyone. Come on in. We're discussing extremely powerful enchanted items. It's great stuff. Everybody pile in. Welcome. Thank you for stopping by. I appreciate you guys. Appreciate you guys being here. We're finishing up sort of the imbibement parts of Anti-Magic Field. The concept of creating an item that is basically a magical EMP field generator that just kind of makes it so items are not particularly effective within an area, and it's just kind of a permanent thing. And we're discussing sort of the level of power that an item like this would have. So when I'm talking, so specifically thinking about an example item, so the thought here, what we've already discussed, the brilliant idea that's kind of already been passed around here is the idea of an arrow that is imbued with the power of an anti-magic field, so that you can shoot the arrow at someone who's like causing magical havoc to you and your teammates and creating it so they can't do it. Specifically, if you manage to stick the arrow in an enemy that's casting spells, right? So that they would have to either pull out the arrow and risk bleeding to death, or just deal with not having magic and stuff like that. And I love that idea. I think that's awesome. Because the other thing we discussed is the fact that someone shooting that arrow is after they do it, if the enemy tries to run away, they're gonna be like, hey, give me back my arrow, and they're gonna chase after him. So I'm gonna lean into that. How would that work with a Shadow Weave? Would it negate that as well? I'm not like super versed in that, but my instinct is yeah. My instinct is yeah. No exceptions. I think it would be awesome to see like all that stuff. And like I say, that's like part of the balance of these types of items and how they can be used like for and against all parties in a situation. My God, I love this item. Holy shit. If my players in the campaign I'm leading right now, if my players weren't like level 2 right now, and like us being pretty early in the campaign, we're going to work on this campaign actually in a little bit once we're done making this item. They weren't there, I would totally throw this at them right now because I love this item and I both love the idea of it being used for and against them. I love it. Absolutely, it would be OP. 100%. If they use it properly, it would be OP. The trick here, though, is the concept. If the item is always active, then that means that if you're holding on to this item, then you and your team would be subject to this anti-magic field. So it's kind of that situation, like I was saying it earlier. The beauty of an overpowered item is that an overpowered item doesn't necessarily have to only exist for the benefit of the players. If I am willing to grant my players an overpowered item and give them that level of strength within the world, I can also give it to their enemies. And we can suddenly have things that are much more tactically complicated than just who roll dice better, who get big hit faster, right? And that's why I love these types of magical items, because I love the chaos, but I also love that chaos can be channeled strategically. So I love it. I love it. Yeah, exactly. When you think about the fact that anything that's powerful that I give to the players, I can also give to their enemies. Like, that's why I'm never really afraid to give something too powerful to players, because if a session or two goes by and I'm suddenly like, wow, they really are a little bit too strong here. Let's balance the playing field a little bit. And suddenly we can get real fun and cheesy with it. And we have a game that's just an entirely different thing than just like always being vanilla with the rules. And that's not to say that there's anything wrong with being vanilla with rules. That's kind of where like the love of Pathfinder comes in, because Pathfinder has a lot less room for this type of stuff in the mechanics, and it's just the culture behind Pathfinder is much more by the books. And that's a wonderfully fun thing. I'm part of a Pathfinder game, and I love doing that because it changes how you do the strategy. The strategy becomes, how do I work best within this confined rules? But as a DM, I love approaching it from the opposite, where it's just more like, how can we bend the rules to make this even more wild and crazy? And I love that type of stuff. Because the other thing that's fun about this type of stuff is it just opens up the world to a whole lot more creativity. Which I love, because it gets much better gameplay out of players, especially new players. Like, if you kind of give them the wiggle room that just these types of projects and these types of approaches to gaming offer, then suddenly you're going to end up with players that are just trying a whole bunch of stuff. Yes, you have to rein them in from time to time, and I do that with my players plenty. I'll kind of be like, all right, wait, let's dial it back a little bit here and really think about how this would work. We got to make sure we keep some mechanics here. But if you create mechanics that are much more creative and open and powerful like this, it also creates uses of those mechanics that are much more creative, aka enchanting this in an arrow, so that while you're carrying the arrow, you might be limited in your own magical abilities, but if you hit an enemy with it, then all of a sudden, like, boom, like, you know, we've completely changed the narrative of the battle. So yeah, absolutely. New players. Well, there's I guess I'll say there are two types of new players. There's the new player that is unsure and is trying really hard to play the game right, you know, so they get nervous about doing anything too wild and crazy. And then there's the new player that just like misunderstands the concept of the fact that there are still rules, and they'll be like, well, can I do this thing? It's like, if you are level 20 with a wish spell, you could think about doing that, right? And I have and I've had both type of players, and I love both of them equally, both types of players equally, so long as they're willing to hear suggestions and understand and accept any corrections that need to be made. I love both types of players because both types of players bring very different approaches to the game. But yeah, no, as a general rule, I do agree that a lot of new players, I see it more commonly where new players are nervous to try stuff because of two things. One, they don't know what is and isn't allowed, and two, they're very afraid of getting their characters killed. And with my players, and we've been playing together we're getting close to 2 years now. The players that I have, which is awesome. I'm so, like, I'm not a religious person, but if I were to use the word blessed, I would use it in this situation. That players that last that long, but even still, after that much time, they're still very afraid of, like, their characters getting knocked unconscious and very pessimistic about it. So, like, getting them to open up and be willing to take risks is a challenging thing. But, you know, it's just all about giving them wiggle room and sort of, like, encouraging them to do whatever they want to do. It came for your kids. 10-year-old wants to summon Glamrock Freddy to help fight the kobolds. Oh my god. Okay, but the thing is if I were playing with kids and they wanted to do that, I would just, as a DM, accept that this game is non-canon and let them do whatever wacky and wild crap they wanted to. Because little kid imaginations are because they are unbound by any logic whatsoever. So the creative things they come up with are just the best. Just the best. It's why it's, like, impossible to speak rationally to a child, which is why I, generally speaking, struggle with children in a day-to-day sense. But when it comes to, like, games and imagination, I love children. They crack me up. So Warforged confirmed. Gotcha. I love it. I love it. I think that makes perfect sense. 100%. Glamrock Freddy. Goddamn, that's amazing. Children, oh my gosh, children playing D&D and being creative. The hard part with children is if they get a bad roll, it is the end of the world. It is the end of the world. The game is the worst game to play, and they will never play it again. Or so they say for 20 seconds. The DMPC character. Yeah, that's... Honestly, I want to do that even without, like, having little kids to summon them. I want to do that type of stuff. But that's the fun part about being DM for me. I consider all NPCs my DM PCs, right? Like, that's the thing about it. I try to create all my characters with enough personality that they are all just fun people to play. You know, I do my best. Sometimes my players are like, oh, we want a super detailed background for the shopkeeper. And I'm like, his name's Daniel Stevenson. And he was born a poor man and he will die a poor man. And it's like, it's like some characters aren't important. Even when I try to make that obvious, my players will make them important. I'll be like, yeah, no, you go to the shop and you talk with the shopkeeper. And they're like, oh, what's his name? I'm like, fucking, I said shopkeeper because he doesn't have a name. He's not important. Stop turning him into a side quest. 6-year-old's fairy character. As we can help her make a new one. That's awesome. That is, like, the best attitude to have. That's the best attitude to have. I love it. I love it. Absolutely love it. What the hell am I doing here? I haven't written anything in, like, 20 minutes. I love your guys' stories, though. Don't get me wrong. That is not a criticism. I love hearing the stories that other people share. It's great. We used to try to tell him to give her belongings back to him. Oh, man. Oh, that's good stuff. That's good stuff. All right, let's hear. Example item. I don't know. Give me a god or a goddess that it would make sense for them to help create an anti-magic arrow. Someone's arrow. I'm crowdsourcing this one. They're all side quests. Yeah, if any, according to every group of players I've ever run, absolutely. Cyric, all right, great. Cyric, I love it. Cyric's arrow. Blessed by the god or goddess. I'm not familiar with Cyric. Blessed by the deity of, oopsie. Deity, is that it? There it is. Yep, got it wrong. It breaks the rule. I before E, except after C. There's no C, and yet I came after. Blessed by the deity Cyric. Blessed by the deity Cyric. This arrow is one that was feared by any who went against it. I have an extra period that's just floating there right now. Used by the famed mage, the famed mage hunter. What's a good name for a famous dude? Some famous dude or dudette. It doesn't matter. I need a mage hunter, and I don't feel like trying to come up with a name. Otherwise, it's gonna be by the famed mage hunter, Dude Dudison. Which honestly, I'm not opposed to. Well, that's a placeholder. Dude Dudison. There it is. Yeah, spelled exotically. This arrow was used to nullify the attacks and escapes of many a magic user. Sounds like a Sherlock follower, Dude Dudison. Okay, perfect. We'll leave it. Screw it. Why not? Why not? My world bounces between the seriousness. We'll kind of get into the details of my world, but my world bounces between the seriousness of like an apocalypse, all the way to the lack of seriousness of the fact that Smokey the Bear is a canon character in my world. All thanks to a joke and some random dice rolls that happened years ago. And I will keep it going in honor of the campaign in which one of the guys who always used fire magic accidentally rolled a 1 on a D100 just because we thought it would be funny if Smokey the Bear came and put out the fire that he was trying to, he wanted to light a campfire. And we thought it'd be funny if Smokey the Bear was around. And so I was like, roll my D100. And he did, and he got a natural 1. And so Smokey the Bear came bursting out like the woodland Kool-Aid man, put out the fire, and ran off. So Smokey the Bear is canon, and I will not hear any argument otherwise. Magic world, anything can happen. I mean, he might not wear exactly the same overalls and forester hat, but he exists. So Dude Dudson can be there. There's also a canon player character named Cash Monet, who is an absolute surfer bro, and he belongs to one of my dear friends who can only play with us very infrequently because he's busy with like a job and children. God, what a loser. But when he has the odd night to join us in our campaign, he will. He'll come in as Cash Monet, who is this he's just sort of this enigma of a character, a very Tom Bombadil type of character that just somehow magically seems to vibe with the world, such that he can always be where he's needed the most, and he always manages to just kind of come out relatively unscathed and can just like go about his time. So he'll show up and help the players and be like, all right, dudes, I gotta go catch some gnar waves, and then he'll just like run off into the night at the end of the session, and it's a beautiful thing. Love all that. You know what exact approach? Me too. I love the way that my world has come about, and I love the influences my friends have had on it. It's a wonderful thing. Forgotten Realms god who was just a guy and then killed Bane, Baal, and Miracle and became a god. Fair enough. Also called the Prince of Lies, the Mad God, or the Dark Sun. Super evil. Awesome. I like it. Yeah, Dude Dudson, the mage killer. I love it. Didn't say world building. You're darn right, Donver. You're goddamn right. They did. That's what we're doing. We're creating an enchanted item as an offshoot, an example item of a rune that we've been creating here, and we're discussing. And somehow that's led to the tangent of the fact that Smokey the Bear exists in my world. So, as you can see, we're staying very focused today. We're really on top of it, just lasered in. Exactly on par with what my streams usually are. The one and only Smokey the Bear, who sometimes shows up when someone uses fire magic. You can perfect. Well, it started someone actually literally just using the campfire spell, and Smokey was not having it, and that's how it came to be. He cast campfire on a whim, based on a joke. I don't remember which of us said it at the time, but someone made a joke about Smokey being upset, and I said roll the D100, and he got a natural 1, and I was like, Smokey ain't having that campfire. He ain't having, yeah, bonfire, whatever. It's, you know what I mean. Know what I mean, not what I say. But yeah, he came in. He was not having it. He was not having it in his woods. So yeah. Anyway, yeah, this used by the famed mage hunter Dude Dudison. So stupid. I love it. This arrow was used to nullify the attacks and escapes of many a magic user. It came to be feared, and the item lives on in legend, even in a post-unhinging world, which we can do later. We'll make some nutty homebrew. So, funny thing about that nutty homebrew. Well, just stick around for a little bit and you'll understand. It came to be feared, and the item lives on in legend, even in a post-unhinging world. The arrow is presently lost, having okay, wait, hold on, here we go. The arrow is presently lost somewhere in the wilds, though it served to save our hero dude. Would serve to save our hero dude from many dangers caused by the unhinging. It could not save him from time. Eventually, he passed, and the arrow remains where he laid himself to rest, creating a protective bubble around the grave. Boom. A bubble. There we go. Boom. And we're gonna leave it vague like that, so that way we can just like put it down wherever we want. Much better at making those written builds and homebrew content. Homebrew is fun. I love homebrew. I love taking the game and turning it into the personalized game of my world and the world that my players wish to play in. I love homebrew. It's beautiful stuff. Well, there we go. I like that item. I like Syric's arrow. I like too because it has just enough twinge of humor, being named after a guy named Dude, to really offer some levity to the fact that we're talking about an item that is as powerful as gods themselves. So this is great. I love it. I'm into it. I'm very happy with it. Okay, now we have one last thing. What a power move of a death, right? Yeah, seriously. He just kind of like lays himself down and he's got his own protective area. Yeah, like beautiful. It's like ain't no magic defiling this grave, baby. I like it. Only problem is then he also can't magically protect his grave, right? Like he can. So like if anyone just like walks up to it and takes the arrow, then it's like, well, there we are. Dragon Rager recently with rules. Nice. Yeah, some people are just absolutely brilliant at making awesome characters within the rules as they are. I'm not as good at that. I'm better at creating like I'm not super great, especially when it comes to player characters. Although a lot of that's because I spend so much time as a DM, I just don't know the details of most like character building stuff because I just don't spend time doing it. But yeah, some people are brilliant at it. I've got one buddy, the same buddy that created the character Cash Monet. He's an absolute whiz at creating awesome characters. I don't have that touch. I'm not gifted with it. I'm gifted at creating wacky and wild environments for people to enjoy. All right, but we've got one last step. We've got one last step here for creating this rune, this enchantment system, and that is, so whenever a player has their character take the time to create their own magical item, anyone can do it when they have the rune. Anyone can do it, even if they're not a wizard or a mage. But it's kind of like following a recipe. Anyone can try and find a recipe, or try and follow a recipe. But whether it turns out the way you meant it to, well, that just kind of depends on how hard you tried and how hard you followed the instructions here. So there's always the possibility that they could create an item that's sentient or cursed. So that's our final step here. Ranger, Dragon Ranger, Barbarian has 10-foot reach, rises dragon. That definitely fits the description of a Dragon Ranger. Alright, so if the item is sentient. Alright, so let me just clarify immediately, because this always kind of trips people up. And it makes sense because it's a very loose fit. I always roll on the table to see what kind, like on an alignment table, right, our 3x3 alignment table, to see what kind of personality the sentient item will have. Just because the more random chaos, the better. But even with like good, evil, lawful, or chaotic, it's always with the angle of the sentient item wanting to help its user or its owner, right? Because the idea is like sentient is like the good version of cursed, is the way I see it, right? A sentient item is one that thinks for itself and wants to help its item or help its owner, whereas a cursed item is one that like doesn't really think for itself, but like it has a cost. It associates a cost to its use, is kind of the way I do it. So it's like, that's the more negative. Sentient is always positive. So a good sentient item will try and do something a little extra for its user. And if it's an evil one, it will try to do something a little extra dickish to its enemies, or to its user's enemies. The idea being that the sentient item wants to achieve its own glory and recognizes the best way to do that is through cooperation with whoever is wielding it, right? Kind of like how the One Ring, you know, has its own goals. It wants to do stuff, and so it's going to try and like encourage. I guess actually the One Ring is kind of a bad idea, because it will absolutely try and encourage the user to sacrifice itself for the sake of getting back to Sauron. So scratch what I just said. The point is it always wants to help. It always wants to help its owner. So that's the idea here. So we try to add some sort of extra little zhuzh to the item to make it either like in a good sense or an evil sense or whatever. And so we'll kind of figure that one out as we go. And these things are some of the most malleable based on the nature of the campaign and how it's being used and who's going to use it and all that kind of stuff. But I like to give some sort of basic ideas here. And I make the build without Fizzbends, Bugbear, and Drake Warren Ranger. Yeah. Most really cool builds and stuff also definitely require a lot of the supplemental materials. That doesn't surprise me. But there's nothing wrong with that either. That's what the supplemental material is for, just to add more fun stuff. All right, let's see here. So if it's a good sentient item, I think the idea here that I want to do is, I think what I want to say is it will try and like it will make it so that any other magical items, like I'm wondering if there's a way to make it so that this sentient good item will make sure that it doesn't impact other magical items owned by the user or something along those lines. I'm wondering if there's a way to kind of word that without it being too complicated, but also without it being too overpowered. Because I feel like that would be something that would be really good for the user that it wants to do. And so I'm wondering if we can just do something. Let's maybe what we can do just to add a little chance to it, just because it's just meant to be like an extra little bonus flavor of assistance that like pretty much just is more so like that's secondary to the fact that it's just like a talking item that will discuss things with you if you want to have a conversation. But my thought here is well, because it's a continuously active item. So it's like, what's the cutoff? How long would it be not impacting something, you know? So I guess maybe I'm second guessing that. Excuse me. Oh, you know what we can do here? This item is very in tune. Whoops. In tune with what it is impacting. If it detects that it is nullifying magic of any sort, it will tell its owner that it is nullifying magic and what school of magic it is. So it's like if they walk into an area where there was like a magical trap being set or being triggered, and it magically stops that from happening, it'll say like, hey, by the way, someone is presently trying to like, magically light you on fire right now. I'm stopping it, but just thought you might want to know that that's a thing that's going on around us right now. And it just like it offers that extra little bit of protection there. I think that works really well because it doesn't mechanically make it any more or less powerful, but it does offer that little bit, excuse me, in which the personality can benefit the user. So I like that. Evil. So here's what my thought is for if it's evil. You like that? Okay, cool. I think that's good. For the evil one, what I'm thinking here is the item is capable of leaving a bit of its magic on other creatures. If a creature within the aura leaves it, the item will have a residual effect. Forcing... Okay, we'll have a residual effect. A rendering... Hi, kitty. Did you want to come up? Are you coming over to say hi to everyone? Come here. Come on up. There you go. My kitty is here to say hi. Everyone say hi to Leela. She's here to distract. Did you want to be on the lap? Are you staring at the lap? You want to sit on my lap? Come here. That's allowed. I know, come here. Psst, psst. Come here. No, I'm going to sit here and stare at you awkwardly. I know. Hi, darling. Come here. No, come here on my lap. Come here. Psst, psst. Because you're kind of in the way right now. You're kind of in the way and kind of making it difficult for me to, like, work the keyboard and stuff. Why don't you come on my lap? Come over here. Leela, honey. Come here. Psst. Leela. Psst. Oi, don't ignore me. I know you know your name. You respond to it many times when when it suits you. Come here. What are you doing? Come here. Come here. She's staring at it. She's like, I kind of want to, but I also don't like being told what to do. I know everyone loves her. If she... Nope, okay, we're choosing. She's gonna stand right in front of one of the monitors, I think. Look at that. Say hi to everyone. Look up at the camera. Say hi. There she is. No, not my hands. No, not my hand. No, don't bump the hand. Oh, I know. You're a very sweet kitty. This is my little one-eyed cretin. She's my editor. Oh, you got your tail stuck on the cord. I know, honey. Are you gonna just like stand there and get in the way? Come here. See, everyone loves you. Everyone loves you more than they love me, and I understand why. Come here. Oh, come here. There we go. Ah, there we are. See, she's gonna be our editor. I know. You just hang out here. You just hang out here. Yes, hide behind the microphone. It's perfect. You can see all of her hair on the microphone where she insists upon rubbing against it, so that way she can claim to be the owner of the microphone. I know. You're a very sweet girl. This is my cat Leela. She's very sweet, and she is also a butthole. As are most cats. It's sort of just their MO. Isn't that right? Oh, I know it. Oh, I know. You're very sweet. She's being very affectionate right now. Which could mean one of two things. One, it could be that she just wants attention and she wants to be affectionate. Or it could mean that she's demanding food and is hungry. Because that's her signature move, is to be all super sweet and adorable, to try and convince me to do things for her. It never works for her. I don't know why she continues to try it. She gets fed at the same time every day, but she tries it. But yeah, she's gonna hang out and she's gonna be our editor. So, you know, when I say editor, what I mean is she's going to flip her tail around and probably hit some keys from time to time when necessary changes need to be made. What the hell was I working on? Okay. Yes. Okay, we're working on this a little bit. I know, it's fine. I know, yes. I'm just typing. Don't worry about it. This item is capable of leaving a bit of its magic on other creatures. A creature within the aura, if a creature within the aura leaves it, the item will have a residual effect, rendering, rendering. I want to say, their person. I think, okay, I'm trying to figure out how to word this. Basically, what I'm trying to say is when they leave it, like, them and anything directly on them will still have the effects of the anti-magic aura for, like, a minute or something like that. A minute might even be a bit much. I might do, like, 30 seconds. So it just lasts for a little bit, so you get just a couple more, like, rounds, right? You get, like, 5 more rounds, even after they leave it, of them being incapable of casting magic. So it's more so like it's more so, rather than it being just a bubble, it's kind of more like a big stink cloud, so that once you've been in it, that it might take a little bit longer for that stink to dissipate from you, right? You're gonna have a little bit of a pigpen effect going on with it. Creature within the aura leaves will have a residual effect, and the anti-magic field will still affect the creature and anything they are wearing for 30 seconds. There we go. Okay, I think that makes it pretty clear, and I think that works out pretty well. I actually like that idea a lot. So it's like even if someone tries to leave it, they're like, uh-oh. Again, adding that, oh, excuse me, I apologize, adding that extra little bit of oomph to the item. I think that's good. I like that one. Okay, so now lawful versus chaotic. The way I always do it is lawful is it's very intent on doing its exact job, so it tends to narrow its range, its focus, but it does like a really, really good job of what it's doing within that aura. And then chaotic is more so that it's got a wider range, but it's not quite as effective. Excuse me. What's up, kitty? I know, kitty. You're a very good girl. Yeah. Okay, so what I'm thinking is, so the lawful would be a narrow, more powerful effect. So I'm thinking, we can make it. I mean, like, the obvious thing is to make it so that the aura, like the area. Oh, excuse me. Oh, man. I apologize. I don't know why I'm yawning so much. Roll a percent for each spell or item to see if it gets through. Oh, that's an interesting idea. That's an interesting idea. That could be a really good one for the chaotic, where it's like it's got a bigger range, but like there's a save associated. So anything that fails the save, be it an item, a spell cast, or whatever, can still get through. And you can just set the save. You can set the DC to like 18, but it's pretty high, but still possible. Okay, yeah, I like that. I like that idea a lot. I'm gonna write it down right now so we don't forget about it. Yeah. So let's see here. The item tries to create a larger field. Oh no worries. You clarified in time. Plus it was kind of, you know, like you're following the logic really well, so it kind of just fits. The item tries to create a larger field of effect, but weakens itself in the process. The effect radius is, what do you think, 15 or 20 feet? Do we want to double it or just add 5 feet? I feel like because we're adding a save and it's a pretty high one, like because it's a pretty high save, we can get away with just doing 15 feet. It's sort of my instinct, but I don't know. Leave a comment, like and subscribe. I don't know, do the YouTube thing. Doesn't really work for Twitch the same way, but you know what I mean. All suggestions welcome. The effect radius is 15 feet, but any magical item or effect being used within 20 feet is huge. Yeah, that's the thing. Like 20 feet gets really big really fast. Like that's kind of the interesting thing about like the areas of effect. Like once you surpass something like say like a 30-foot radius, like once you get past like 30 or 40 feet, everything is just sort of like pointlessly large, where it's just kind of like you're not going to have a battle map where that matters, right? You're not going to have a battle map realistically where that plays a big difference. Oh, excuse me. Oh. I mean, possibly, but it's not very likely. So it's like once you reach a certain point, like it's just like big as big. But then like when you're 10 or like 5 or 10, it's like that area is all just like really narrow. But that like, yeah, that 15, 20, 25 feet, like those are big changes. Like that changes the impact a lot really fast. So that's a good point. So we'll leave it at 15. How's it going, Create? Good to see you. So yeah, I guess I agree with you. We'll leave it at 15 feet. Any magical item or effect being used within the field may make a save. See. On a successful save, the magical, we'll say the anti-magic aura doesn't affect it. Boom, there we go. Okay, I think that's good. I like that. I like that a lot. What's up, kitty? I know, honey. Go, kitty. She's doing, I can tell she's like genuinely really happy right now because she's doing her little whisper meow. She does this little whisper meow when she's in a really good mood. And I don't know if that's like an intentional thing or what that she does, or she's just a goofball. But she's very happy right now. You guys have made her so happy because she's so popular. And you guys always say such nice things about her. I know. I say nice things about you too, but all you do is yell at me to feed you more. Not really all that fair. It's like the child who's really well behaved at school, but then is a complete and utter monster at home. It's like, why can't you be an angel for me at home as well? Oh, I know, Kitty. Happy Kitty. Sorry, I'm getting distracted. But as a cat, how can I not? My cat. I love her dearly. Oh, are we all done? Did I overdo it? I'm sorry. I think I drowned her. I think I drowned her in love. Now she's going to use her tail to hit the microphone. Yeah, that's her tail. My apologies. Yeah, that's a good idea. Awful should just be a personal magic field affecting immediate creature it's touching. Yeah. I like that. But I think what would be interesting too is if it like reserves its power, so it only affects things that it only affects the person who holds it, and anything affecting the person that holds it. But then we can add some of that sort of like we said with the evil, where it's like it kind of has like a residual anti-magic effect, right? So it's like it'll be really protective. Although I don't really want to bogart the effect of the evil. So I like that idea. I like the area. The spell, or we'll say the item really only cares. Actually, you know what? Just the inherent nature of it. I think that actually kind of makes it more powerful because suddenly you don't have this aura, so anyone else nearby can still have their magic and stuff like that, right? So it's like it kind of already does it. Another can choose not to dispel some things. That's an option too. An option. I feel like when it's just like only direct contact with the person, kind of has that inherent not dispel some things effect to it too, because then it'll just by the nature of it have the effect of any magical thing that would impact the player who owns the item, right? So it will get all of the negative things being done to them, but it won't dispel the magic of like someone else's power. So I feel like it's kind of baked in there, isn't it? So I like that idea, but we almost don't need to specify it. So I think that's what I'm going to do. The item only cares about its owner. It will nullify any and all magic done directly to the owner. But there is no aura beyond the person of said owner. There we go. Oh my gosh, my nose is so itchy today. I've explained this before. My nose is this weird thing. It's not an allergy thing. It's not the inside of my nose. It's only the outside of my nose. It itches. And some days it does this thing where it just like starts itching and it won't stop. The only way for me to avoid it is to just deal with the itching until my brain stops acknowledging it. It's really irritating. I hate it. So if I look like a psycho who's just like sitting here, like, that's why I need to try and stop. Oh gosh, it itches so bad though. Yeah, exactly. It's like it's still like any wizards right next to you can still just sort of hang out there. So how's it going, narrator in Shadow? Good to see you. Good to see you. Oh, my nose itches so bad. Oh my god, I'm such a crazy person. I hate this. I hate this. I don't know what weird psychosomatic bullshit happened in my brain as a child that made it so that this is a recurring thing in my life. But this is a thing that I can remember happening since I was a child, where my nose will just start itching and there's nothing I can do to make it stop. And it, oh god, it's so uncomfortable. It's so uncomfortable. Like, it feels like someone's got a feather duster right on the tip of my nose. It's all on the outside too. It's not the inside. It's not allergies. Oh, I don't understand it. It drives me insane. I apologize. Oh my gosh, this is one of the worst ones I've ever had too. Please excuse me as I'm losing my mind. Okay, let's try and distract myself by continuing to work on this. Now we gotta talk about if it's cursed. I love the chance that things could be cursed here. And the way I always do cursed items, I don't like cursed items to just be like, haha, it's bad and you can't get rid of it. Right? I don't like to do it that way. I like the curses to be a bit more subtle and a bit more nuanced. So the way I do the cursed items is that the item is a bit more powerful, but there are negative side effects that could make it so that there's reason for somewhat, like, it's the type of thing where it's like this could go seriously wrong, but the person's willing to take the risk by having the item. So the extra powerful benefit I'm thinking is just make the radius, make it selective. Right, so it's like the item will allow magical items that are beneficial to the owner. We'll say DM and player discretion. We'll just do that because it's like it's a discretion. So it's like it's a smart item. It's not sentient in the sense that it will converse with you, but it's smart enough to sort of have that nuance. Just like, okay, here's a good example where we can use the the Lord of the Rings ring, where it's like it understands motive and it understands people and manipulation, but it doesn't speak, right? So it's not exactly sentient, but it'll understand. And so like you use the DM and player discretion. So it will allow magical items, we'll say magical items and effects that are beneficial to the owner to be active even within the aura. So that's the good part about it. The problematic side effect that I'm thinking is, what I'm thinking is there's a certain level of permanence to the anti-magic. Oh my gosh, my nose is so bad right now. Oh my god, I feel like such a crazy person. I'm trying to write it out, but oh my god, I am distracted. I am so distracted right now. And I feel like I'm clearly just such a crazy person because this is not a visible effect. This is not a visible thing. So it's like you can't see, like my nose doesn't glow like Rudolph when it's happening. So you guys don't understand the discomfort that I'm in. So I really just look like a psycho. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm going to be distracted by this until it goes away. Okay, anyway. You have to feed it magic items regularly to be good. Ooh, I like that. The item demands sacrifice to stay active. It must be charged through the through intentional consumption of magical energy. If the player fails to actually, okay, here's an interesting idea. If the player fails to draw sufficient magical attacks or provide magical items on which the cursed item can feed, it will start drawing energy from the owner. We'll say, let's do this. Magic of any sort must be. Here, I'm gonna make this a separate bullet here. So, because this is gonna take some mechanics to work out, but I think this will work. So my thought is like once per day we can make it loose, and like if we want to make it more of a challenge, we can. Like once per day, the player must like basically the player has to put themselves in danger because if it's automatically going to like. Well, yeah, no, I think that works. So, once per day, the player must draw magical attacks or provide magical items. If the player fails to do so, 1d10 max HP will be removed until twice as much magic is provided. The effect compounds until the item is satiated. The item. So, okay, now, okay, I'm gonna slow it down and I'm gonna think about this and make sure this is balanced the way I want it to be, though. Because I'm trying to think about, so, like, I'm trying to think about the logic within how magic works within this. So, if you're feeding, oh man, I almost ditched. I almost undid all of the work. I almost undid all of the work. Oh my gosh. How's it going, Lord Dakar? Good to see you. My nose is just so bad. I'm so uncomfortable right now. I apologize. Okay, so let's see here. So, once per day, the player must draw magical attacks. Oh, okay, wait. I've got it. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna reword this. In order to allow beneficial magic. Well, yeah, no, I like this. To work, the player must accept damage. Like, I'm trying to think. Ability score instead draining from strength to extra con. Yeah, I kind of agree with that if we're gonna go with drain. The other thing that I'm thinking is, like, if we do something where it's like, in order to allow something good, you must also let it allow something bad, right? So it's like, it will automatically let good things through, but then there's like the chance that it will let something bad go through as a way for it to like recharge. Because in this situation, the baseline is for the item to stop all magic, so it takes effort for the item to turn itself off and let good magic go through. So there's like a battery of not being an effect that could come into play. Well, but then that would kind of mean that it just like would stop beneficial things from going through. I want to make it so that there's the chance that a bad thing could still go through. It's kind of what I'm trying to think about, how to mechanically make that make sense. I don't know, though. I'm starting to wonder if I want to change the benefit. Non-magic user classes be more useful if they have this item. That's definitely true, and that's part of the balance of understanding this item and like how and when to use it. Because we've gone through like a whole big process of talking all about this. But basically what it comes down to is it will, like, it as a baseline, the item stops good and bad magic if you have it, and if you provide it to players, you can also provide it to enemies. So so there's a lot that goes into it that we've kind of already gone over. Oh god, I gotta stop. My nose is distracting me so much right now. It's still itching. It's still itching, and I'm such a crazy person for it, and I hate it. All right. Magical items and effects that are beneficial to the owner. I'm just wondering if there's like a way to make it so that sometimes it will allow the negative effects. The other thing to do for it is actually, so here's what I want to do actually. In order, I like the idea, the mention of like reducing a stat, I think makes sense, and I'm going to play off of that. In order to have this effect, the item requires certain energy to be drawn from the owner. The owner's, I'm trying to think here. I'm thinking if we can do wisdom, because when I think about the baseline, it's like the item requires an understanding of good versus bad. And to me, that's like, depending on exactly the context, we're talking about either intelligence or wisdom. But I like the idea of wisdom. So it's like, so the owner's wisdom stat is reduced by, I'm thinking to reduce it by 2 or 4, depending on how powerful I want to make it. So that way their wisdom modifiers are all reduced by 1 or 2. So that suddenly when they're doing like wisdom saves, so basically it borrows whatever energy gives the owner the ability to like tell right from wrong, right? Or understand wisdom situations. It borrows that energy from them and makes them worse at it. So it's the type of thing where it's like, if it's nullifying magic, like negative magic, so it's making it so they don't have to make wisdom saves against spells, it can seem really good. But suddenly if there's other situations where they need to have good wisdom, it can really come back to bite them, is sort of what I'm thinking here. And which is why I'm thinking is reduced by 4 while the item is owned. So it'll reduce that wisdom. And so I think that's the type of thing where it's like, in some situations that won't matter at all, and so a player might be willing to make that sacrifice until suddenly they're in a situation where they're like, oh shoot, I really needed to have that. And then they have to think about, okay, do I still want to keep this item? Yeah, exactly. They're very like confused and stuff. So 10%. So it really depends on how much you want to impact the margin. Yeah, I think I want to go for that 10%. I want to make it big. Because like I say, wisdom saves are primarily beneficial for saving from the negative effects of a spell used against you. Or, you know, like something positive, right? Like, and so it can have an impact on whether you succeed at something positive, right? For that wisdom save. But it primarily has to do with like magical impacts that have on you. So in many situations, it's going to be irrelevant because we're talking about an anti-magic field. So when it is relevant, I want it to be powerful so that they're suddenly like, oh shoot, I might be in trouble here. Is sort of what I'm thinking for that one. I'd almost even want to do it even more, make it a -3 impact, but I feel like that's a little bit too, like, because you can't make it so obvious that it'll scare people away from it, right? You want it to be enticing to still use, and I feel like a -2 is significant for someone to be weary of it, but also for someone to be like, yeah, I think I'll go for it. Yeah, I agree. I think that does, like I say, like it by having that reduction, it will greatly reduce the efficacy of those good effects that it allows. So if someone's using it for protection, they might be willing to do it. But if they want to use it in conjunction with healing or just like making good decisions, it's going to be damaging. And the other thing that's fun about it too is once they realize that, oh, it's damaging, maybe I don't want this, it is cursed, and they still have to go through magical means to get rid of it. So I think that works. I like that. I think that's good. I think it, like, it's possible that it could still need modification, right? It could need some massaging in the future, but as a baseline and as a starting point for any characters or, excuse me, any players that want to create an item with this, I think it's a good starting point. I think it's a really good starting point. So I think we're going to go with that. And so now what it takes to remove, first off, so here's what's interesting about this. As a baseline, this item cannot be removed as it nullifies any magic that would be required to remove a cursed item. So as a baseline, you can't get rid of this item. Like, it just cannot be done. We'll say the only way to remove the item is to obtain the blessing and assistance of the deity that helped create it. The deity alone will have the power to neutralize or destroy. Okay, hold on. Let me try this again. I don't know that I'm going to do much better, but I can at least try. The deity alone has the power to neutralize or destroy the item. There we go. That's a much better show of spelling there. Just for conceptual symmetry, we're going to make sure we have 2 bullets there. Conceptual symmetry is the wrong idea. Following the conventions of bullet points. Cyric, bad. So in this situation, it was Cyric. But the idea is that, like, other deities might be able to help with this. You just have to convince them to get their offer their blessing and their assistance. But Cyric would be a really fun one to try and convince him, because the amount of stuff that they would require in exchange for that, especially if they were the one that gifted it to you, they'd be like, I gave you this gift, and now you want to shun my gift. You want to be gone with this. How dare you? So I think that's really fun. I like that. And I like, so a lot of times these, like, the concept of these cursed items. Did you want to come back up, kitty? You want to come back up and say hi again? I know. Hi, honey. Oh, boy. I know, kitty. Yeah, that would be fun. Yeah, see, that would make it really interesting if someone found an item created by a god that they would fundamentally disagree with and then wanted to destroy that item. Oh my gosh, that would be good stuff. What's up, kitty? Did you want to come back on the lap? Why are you here? You've started meowing. Is it because you're begging for food? I bet it is. Oh, perfect. We're gonna lay right on the mouse pad, so that way when I move the mouse, she can get really mad at me and swat and claw and bite my hand. Excellent. Love it. All right. No, I think this is good. Oh, shoot. Oh, that was close. I almost ditched my nose. Ooh, it's gonna itch a little bit because I touched it, but it was better than if I actually got a scratch in there. Oof. No, I think this is good. I think this is a really good item. I think this is a really cool imbibement. And I'm excited for the day when I get to use this with or against my players. I think this is excellent. Oh, I love it. I love these complex high-level spells as enchantments. I think they're really cool. I think this is really cool. Okay. All right. So, with this taken care of, this is like supposed to be the warm-up. We spent like half of the stream doing it, but that's okay. I love doing it. I am going to take a quick bathroom break. I'm going to refill my beverage. And once I'm done with that, when I come back, we're going to work a little bit on our campaign building, because I've got some stuff that I want to work on with that. as well as need to work on it because I am slowly running out of buffer between what I have prepared for my players and where they are in the campaign we're writing. So when I get back, we're going to work on that. So sit tight. I will be back very quickly. I appreciate your patience, and yeah, we're gonna get into some real world building proper here. So yeah, I appreciate you guys' patience. I'll be back shortly. All right. I'm back. Clearly, because you're seeing and hearing me now. I am a spooky ghost. You can't see me. I'm not here. All right. Stupid. Okay. Let's see here. So we're gonna do some world building. Let's go ahead and do that. Let's actually get to it and do it. Nothing to it but to do it. Continuing with his name's God damn. That I can't be. I don't have camo shorts on. I'm clearly not dressed for the role. Okay, let's see. Let me load up a couple things here. I'm gonna get some maps loaded up here that we're gonna need for what we're working on today. And I'll give a quick rundown of the world, of my world. Let's see here. We need the world map here. Load that up. We need, what else do we need? I want the overview map, I think. And then I don't know if we need anything else. Okay, Kitty, you're doing a lot of pacing now. Are we transitioning to the I'm going to bother you phase of the afternoon? Is that what's happening? Do you want to come up? Okay. But if you start being a pest, I'm going to kick you off. You know you're not allowed to be a pest. See, right now you're standing right in front of the screen, which is telling me, oh, Kitty. Kitty, what are you doing? What are you doing? Step right on the keyboard. You want to be in the lap? Okay. You can be in the lap. But you cannot be a pest. That's not allowed. We know we've gone over this regularly. We cannot be a pest. You're not allowed to do that. I understand. Yes, go ahead and put your tail right in front of the camera. See, that's pest behavior. Okay, and bumping my hand because you know that I'm using my mouse, that's pest behavior. So let's make good choices. Let's make good choices. I know you're trying to demonstrate how cute you are, but you're quickly descending into being a pest. And we've had these talks. We have these talks regularly. Being a pest is not allowed. She's gonna be a pest. You can see her tail right there. She's editing it. She's doing something. I don't know. I don't feel like there's a whole lot of correction happening here. I feel like there's mostly a lot of begging for the sake of getting food, which is just not time for that in any way, shape, or form. Okay, there's that stuff. I'm going to slide these over here just for organizing my desktop a bit. And then going to make a jump. Gonna do it. There she goes. Good kitty. That was a good, wise decision. Thank you, kitty. She has now moved her way over to her cat tree. In fact, here, I will demonstrate. There she is, on her little cat tree nearby. She's gonna hang out there. She's made a good decision. And an impressive one, because she jumped directly there. And if any of you have ever tried to do anything physical with an eye closed... Dang it, now I got my camera all crooked. If any of you have ever tried to do anything physical with an eye closed, you understand that that can be... The distance judgment can be difficult, and she manages to succeed. I'm very proud of you. She's glowering at me so hard right now. She knows. She knows I'm patronizing her. Oh, kitty. No, that was a wise decision. Thank you. Alright, and then we need to open up... We need to open up this battle map. Loading. Oh, boom! There's our battle map. Okay. So, we've got a whole lot of battle maps, and we're going to work with this. We're going to work with this battle map primarily today. But just for the sake of any new people here, I'm going to give a quick rundown of my world and what it is. This is the world of Zaoria. This is my fantasy world. It's mine. I can do what I want with it. This is a world that I've been working on for, like, over a decade of my life. Not in any sort of, like, described as Zaoria sense. But it's a world that I, like, the first world building that I ever did was, like, way back in high school, which was a lot of years ago now. Closer to 15 years than 10 at this point. The time of being a high schooler that, you know, and even the time, just like all of high school was closer to 15 years. Some of it actually 15 years. Look, point is, I've been working on this for a long time. This is the present iteration that we have here. This is Zaoria. It's my world. It's my baby. I love it. I love it. It's a post-apocalyptic world. There was an event called the Unhinging, in which all of the different realms kind of got all scattered and messed up, so that there's all kinds of dangerous and magical crap happening in the mortal realm. Caused a lot of dangerous creatures to be around, as well as a lot of magical radiation to impact the world. As a result, there's a handful of cities that kind of survived, that were fortified enough and away from the danger zones enough that they're populated. The rest of the world is just kind of all long gone, abandoned, forgotten. It's 2,000 years after the Unhinging, and things are kind of calming down. The Unhinging, a lot of the impacts are starting to dissipate and calm down, making it safe enough for the bravest of adventurers to kind of go out and start searching for things in the world, whether it's trying to find new places to live, find old forgotten cultures and stuff like that, whatever it is. And so basically we're setting up where it's like players can be in one of these like main cities safely, and everywhere else they're just kind of on their own, making it a very survival oriented thing, as well as a very discovering lost, abandoned cultures and technologies type of situation. So it is a really good setup for a lot of mystery, and it also is kind of a built-in explanation for why are there a big army of gnolls hanging out here. It's like, because they're magically impacted from another realm, and they're all nasty, and they just are there now. Because everyone else abandoned that city. That's why the gnolls are in this abandoned city. No, it's actually a really compelling idea. That was primarily actually born from my love of big, empty environments that you see in games like Shadow of the Colossus and stuff like that. I love that aesthetic, and I also love the aesthetic of exploring ancient abandoned ruins. Ruins, not runes, ruins. Those are different things. I'll try and enunciate better. Anyone else notice that? My mom, I was having this discussion. Okay, tangent time. I was having this discussion with my family. My ma, everyone's got their own idiosyncrasies and things that bother them, whether it's sensible or not. Most of the world hates the word moist. I'm fine with it because it makes me think of chocolate cake. I digress from that digression. There's like 7 layers of digression happening here. Point is, my ma, one of the things that bothers her is when people don't enunciate the letter T. She hates like glottal stops. She hates when people use the letter D to pronounce T's. And so that bothers her. Don't mind moist, hate soggy. So I would agree that soggy has fewer positive connotations. I would say I don't get bothered by it, but that one makes more sense to me to be bothered by it. But at any rate, my mom hates it when people don't pronounce T's. And we were having this discussion, and I raised the point that I think it depends on the person's, like the rest of the person's voice and their inflection and how they speak. Because if I start enunciating too many T's, I just sound really angry, right? Like, so I might say, you know, I might say, I went home, right? I'm using a glottal stop there. I went, like, I'm not pronouncing the T right there. I'm saying I went home, right? The T is implied in there. But if I start enunciating it, I went home. I sound really mad. I sound angry. Like, I went home, right? It sounds very pointed, right? Same with that one. Say, like, I might normally say, it sounds very pointed, right? And there's definitely like a D sound to that one. So it's like, it's you know, it's a very pointed way of speaking. Whereas if I enunciate those T's, it's a very pointed way of speaking. It makes me sound really angry. People say button instead of, okay, yeah. So that's like, that's the thing. I pronounce it button. Like I use, it's not like button. I say button. I use the glottal stop for that one. A button, right? A button. If I were to say button, I sound angry when I say it. Like, would you fix your button, please? I sound very passive aggressive and angry. So I don't know where this conversation started. I apologize for it. Like the point is, I think the correct pronunciation and enunciation is dependent on who you are, how you speak as a baseline, and what you're trying to get across. RT is a Karen thing. Thanks for pronouncing your T's, Karen. Button is just unacceptable. See, I personally probably wouldn't mind it. Okay, green team bagger. I see you got something here. Hold on, let me see this. I was trying a 35 campaign. Do something that's completely different. I'm going to town. I go through the item dungeon. Dimensions would open up that would allow the group to travel. Oh my god, chat. Stop bumping it away. You're supposed to pause when I'm scrolling. I go to travel to different locations in the area of your whole realm. That sounds like a pretty reasonable way to manage that. It's creative. We're not using T's in the middle of words too. Yeah, like some people that bothers them. And I'm not gonna act like it's wrong for that to bother them, because there are a lot of things that bother me irrationally. Anyone who has sat in a car with me knows that I get irrationally angry at literally everyone on the road. And see, there's another one. I don't say literally. I say literally. Like that one, I definitely use the D's. Literally. Right? Because that's just the way I speak. You know. But yeah, like everyone's got their things. So I'm not gonna say that anyone's wrong for being bothered by it. But it's an interesting thing to me when people do get bothered by it, because I feel like they actually just get bothered by one specific person, but they try to describe it as a broad thing, so that way they sound less aggressive towards that one person. Like a really passive aggressive way to say, I don't like that person. Loudly masticating. I appreciate that you use the word masticating instead of chewing. That definitely adds to the passive aggressive nature of describing that. When you masticate, it bothers me. But see, now that's one where I pronounce the T, masticate. Like that one, I definitely pronounce the T, masticate. I don't don't remember what the hell we're talking about. This is the Zaoria. It's a dangerous world. Rips in reality. Blah, blah, blah. It's dangerous. The campaign that we're working on, that I'm running for my players right now, takes place right here in this hex around the city of Rodanos. Rodanos is, it's impossible to avoid. This, boy, oh boy, you live a half-life, a cursed life. So yeah, so the campaign that I'm running for my players takes place right here. Okay, all right, I'm gonna go ahead and comment on this one more time, and then I'm gonna try and stay focused, right? Because I see what you're saying here. So shooting with their mouth open or smacking the lips and can hear them. That is a different situation than just the general sound of someone chewing. Okay, those are different things. Someone chewing chips, but like doing it quietly, you know, with their mouth closed and doing it appropriately, doesn't bother me. If I look over and someone, okay, that is a different situation, and I will agree that that person deserves to be smacked hard. Okay, I will agree with that. Those are different things. Okay. I'm supposed to be writing here. Oh boy. Oh man, because I could go on these tangents forever. They're better tangents for playing video games. Be like when I'm playing Fallout 2. Tune in tomorrow for more Fallout 2. When I'm playing Fallout 2 and stubbornly refusing to do something that's actually level appropriate and dying a whole lot. These tangents are much better for that because we have the time while I'm dying all the time. But right now we've got to be productive because I'm trying to catch up because I'm falling behind on my session prep for my players, and I don't like being too far behind. So, the campaign that we're working on, it takes place in this area of the city of Rodanos. Rodanos is a little different. The rest of the world is starting to heal up a little bit, but Rodanos, not so much. There's something happening within, there's kind of like a line that kind of runs along here between Bepimat and Rodanos here, where anything north of it, the world is just not recovering like the rest of it. So while the rest of the world, they have kind of these trade routes and they're able to do some basic trading as long as they have adequate protection for their caravans and whatnot, the world is starting to heal. That is not happening in Rodanos, okay? Rodanos is a dying city. They are presently under siege by gnolls, which, because this is a northern snowy area, my players, this is one of the best things they've ever done. One of the most creative things, and I absolutely adore it. They have dubbed them the Snolls, and I 100% love it, and it's canon. They're Snolls, but there's an army of Snolls that is laying siege to the city, and the city is dying. It's sort of understood, even if they survive the Snolls, they're just like, the land isn't fertile. It's not producing crops like it used to. They understand that it's dying, and so they're kind of in this desperate situation where they're not only trying to survive the Snolls, but they are also trying to figure out what on earth to do to survive. And that's kind of the crew of what our players are going to be doing with their campaign, is they're trying to figure out how to keep the city alive. So we have kind of a region map. I pulled up, I guess we're not actually going to use it today. This is the detailed map of Rodanos here to sort of offer up a bit of scale. It's a pretty small city, all things considered. And this is the farmland out here that's just not fertile for them anymore. And so they need to figure out how to survive. In theory, there might be better soils outside of the wall, but it's too dangerous for people to live outside of the wall. So they're kind of like, you know, proper 12 fucked right now. So that's kind of where the campaign takes place. And we have, oh shoot, this isn't the one that I wanted to open. I wanted to open the, let me try open. This is the one that I want, I believe. Yeah, this is the one that we want right here. So this is kind of what the final map looks like. The other one was like the player map, and so there's a lot of this stuff that they don't get to see yet. But this is kind of the map of all of the locations that we're going to end up fleshing out for them to do stuff in. Some of them are going to be main story, some of them are going to be side quests, some of them might be a combination of the two. But the gist of it is they might want to go out and, like, they do eventually want to go out and they want to try and help their city survive, but they have the Snolls. I really should change this. I'm making it canon. The more canon I make it, the more unreasonable it is for me to not have it changed here. Hold up. Snolls? It is done. This is the way. It is known. I think that's the more thematically appropriate one. The Snolls. Okay, so the Snoll outposts. I like to have fun with my world. Like I say, you gotta balance the comic relief with the drama here. So the basic premise is they want to go out and do that, but in order to do that, they kind of have to deal with this Snow situation, and then in the process of doing that, they're going to start to learn there's a lot more complicated magical stuff happening in this area that they've just not been able to really be aware of because they've been confined to this one area. So there's a lot of stuff going on here. Rather than getting too bogged down, though, planning ahead, because we've spent the last couple sessions trying to plan the campaign at large, I want to take a little bit of time to work on the next step because my players are rapidly approaching it and I am not 100% prepared, and I don't like that situation. The less that I can have to do on the fly, the better, because I will always have to do a bunch of stuff on the fly. So the more stuff that's planned out, the easier it is to handle the stuff that I do have to handle on the fly. So basically what's happening, the first chapter of this campaign was them dealing with, it was just sort of the introduction. It was really just a way to set the scene of this being a very dangerous world, and one that my players were looking for more challenge. The previous campaign, they kind of steamrolled stuff because they got good with their characters. It wasn't even because I was giving them an easy time. They just got good with their characters, and so they wanted more complicated combat, and in conjunction with that, I wanted an environment that felt much more dangerous for them. I wanted a world that it wasn't just like, yeah, we're gonna go on an adventure for like 7 days and it's gonna be fine. It's like, so this world is like, it's dangerous, and they're gonna have to really be on top of it. And as such, they have been in, even just in the first chapter here, they have been in multiple situations where they were close to death. They have managed to prevail pretty well, and so, but they've been tested. And that will only continue. But to sort of set that scene, basically the first chapter was they were in their city, and the city was attacked by these Snolls. And so they had to sort of do their part to protect the city. They have managed to successfully do that, which means they're getting ready to head on the next chapter. And the next chapter is that the Snolls have retreated from inside the city, right? I guess we can use this. They've retreated. They are no longer roaming the streets of the city, but they have gone ahead and set up camp outside of the wall. And they are basically laying siege, which doesn't make a huge difference to the people of Rhodanos, because it's not like they were receiving imports or had farmland outside of the wall. So it kind of doesn't change things, other than the fact that they are living under constant threat that the Snolls might just charge in and, bust down the gates again and charge back in. So that's kind of the situation. And so this next chapter is our players, among many other NPCs that are part of like different spotted effects, to weaken and fight off this Gnoll siege. Their job is going to be to go out into the Snow camps and try to weaken, or perhaps even, fight them off completely. They're worn very thin. Obviously, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense for a small group of 4 people to go out and handle a camp that has somewhere around 30 Snolls hanging out in it. That wouldn't make a whole lot of sense, other than they're in a dire situation, and it's a D&D game, and our players are supposed to be the heroes, so we're just giving them the chance to be the heroes. So that's kind of what we're setting up. We have our battle map here. And I always like setting up the battle map first, so that way I can sort of spatially understand what areas we have to work with and what areas we have to map out. And it can be a fun way to sort of stumble on interesting side missions and stuff like that, because as you fill it out and think oh, well, I guess they might have this, that, or the other thing here, and then you can kind of start thinking, oh, well, it would be interesting if they could use that as a way to have main quest and side quest stuff. So we've kind of come up with our battle map of this whole region. And there's some interesting things about this map that I'm really excited to use for our players. One is that we can, as you can see, we have our forest up here. So there's this is a northern forested area. So there's a forest up here, and it's going to be, they're basically going to have 3 ways to enter this situation and approach this. And depending on how long they're willing to do this, because there will be, effects on if the siege goes on for, 1 day versus 1 week versus 1 month, right? Depending on how long they're willing to let this go on. They can kind of come and go as they need to, is the idea. But they have a few different approaches. They can come in through the forest. They can kind of sneak out in some other ways. Come in through the forest as a small group. They would have the ability to sort of sneak past the siege and like attack from the north, from the trees to give themselves better cover. So they can do that. They can just go ahead and frontal assault from the walls or even pot shot from atop the walls to try and thin the numbers if they want to do that. Or right here, we have this hidden area. What it is there's sort of a small hillside cliff area outside of the wall that there's a small little alcove in there. And at a baseline, it just looks like an alcove, but built into that, there's a secret entrance to the city that's kind of covered up by a movable boulder that the Snolls obviously don't know about. But that at the city they do know about because it was historically a way for the royal family to escape if need be. It's never used now because the safety is inside the wall, not outside of it. But that's one of their options to approach. So this map is going to be interesting because they've got a few different ways to approach, which I'm excited about. And on top of that, they have potential for cover. They have potential for high ground versus low ground, both there and here. And here kind of offers both of those, where they can be at cover and doing some pot shots from the wall, as well as utilizing high ground for it. They can totally Obi-Wan their way through this if they choose to, right? So it's like, it's got some interesting dynamics there. But the other thing we've offered up here is they do have some siege weapons here that they can sort of change the course of this siege by damaging, dismantling, or even trying to capture and use for themselves some of these things. If they can find a way to disable them without destroying them, then these can maybe be used by the city in future missions, which I fully intend to have these become a resource available at later chapters in this, right? So we kind of offered that up, and that was one of the things that just kind of came about building the map first. So I'm really happy with that idea and how it now exists as part of our chapter here. The other one that can be an interesting part of it, obviously there's an interesting part where if they wanted to try and capture any Snolls as opposed to killing all of them, they can use that as an opportunity for like future interrogations and information gaining, if they want to take that route. That's always there, but that's kind of neither here nor there because that's just always an option, and my players have kind of learned that that's an option available to them in past experiences in my games. So I don't need to really introduce that one to them. They've kind of got that understanding that it's there. And then the last one is, this is happening after they waged a full frontal assault on the city and stormed the city streets, and our players had to fight them off. Our players did a good job within their section of city that they were slated to protect. But not all the other places fared as well. And so we have some cages here, which are naturally going to have some prisoners that were captured. And it's generally known that the Snolls aren't using them for like bargaining chips or anything like that. The Snolls are keeping them there to eventually bring them back to their own areas, to their own Snoll encampments and cities and whatnot, and used for just slave labor and stuff like that. So there's these guys which our players can work on trying to free in some way, shape, or form. And so all of these are things that they can try and do while trying to, ultimately what they're trying to do is, up here there's one of the boss man Snolls up here, and their mission is basically to neutralize that guy as a way to weaken the Snolls. And so if they wanted to just go straight for that guy, kill only that guy, and then get out of there, they can. But there's plenty more to do, and my hope is that the players will engage in that, and also have it not be obvious that that's where the guy is. So, hey, I'm glad you stopped by. I appreciate it, and I can guarantee we're going to have a good stream, because we're sitting here creating worlds, and, what better way to spend our time. So, no, thank you for stopping by. I'm glad you had a good time, and hopefully we'll see you next time. So this is our map, and this is all of the fun stuff that we have accessible to our players. And what we really need to start doing now is we need to start planning out all of the details and getting those details written out, so that way I have that sort of framework to make sure I'm staying consistent when I'm running the game, and make sure that any other ideas or any final edits to this area that we need to have ready for our players are taken care of. So we're going to go ahead and start working on that stuff, and my hope is to get through as much of this today as possible. But we also, we will have writing on Thursday as well to work on this. And my goal is to have all of this prepared for next week, so if our players get to this and then make a whole lot of progress on this, it's all prepared no matter how far they get into it. So let's get to it. Let's not just sit here talking about doing it. Let's actually do it. We're on chapter 2, Break the Siege, as I call it. I like to organize it in chapters. Just for me, it's conceptually pleasing. 0% necessary, but that's how I like to do it. And I like to have each chapter correspond with what level the players are. The idea is that by the end of this chapter, if they've done a thorough job of dealing with this chapter, they'll be at that level. If they do side quests, they'll be over-leveled for the next one, which is fine by me. If they want to be more powerful, then great. They can do that. Or if they like beeline, they might be a little under-leveled. And again, if that's how they want to approach things, then they can go for it. Sorry, I've got like a small hangnail right now, and it's bothering me. There's a lot of things that bother me, if you haven't noticed. All of them are very minor and demonstrate that I'm a bit of a neurotic person. But also, I'm not embarrassed to admit it. I know who I am. I'm gonna be a damn animal and bite my nail. What a strange world we live in, where any slob like me can just sit here and broadcast his slovenly behaviors to everyone. Like, why is anyone here? I'm so disgusting and stupid. Why is anyone indulging me? Anyway, not that I'm complaining. Please continue. It makes me feel very good about myself. And that's the truth. Anyways. So let's go through here and make sure we've got everything filled out as we need it here. History. See the history of Rodano, since this just takes place here. Yep, that's good. There are hills and other natural landmarks that make this battlefield an interesting one. Only notable historical component to the area outside of the walls is the hidden tunnel that was constructed when the city was built to serve as one of multiple escape routes from the city should they be needed. While there are multiple branches to this tunnel system, the one in question deposits into a small cave at the foot of the hill outside of the wall. So this will place the heroes right in the middle of the... oops. Yeah, I need to start editing this properly. The Snow Camp. Oh my god. Is it really gonna... Okay. An established fictional creature, a gnoll. Red underline. Completely made up word, snoll. No red underline. I want to believe that that's because OneNote is like, you know what? That is a brilliant idea. This guy and his players, yeah, they deserve to have the Shakespeare effect on this word and make it real. As opposed to the program basically just being, God damn, I give up. This guy's an idiot. He can't spell. Let's just let him be. I prefer the former rather than the latter. So that's the reality I choose to subscribe to today. So. Oh, shoot. There it went. It turned red. I just had to click on something else. Beans. Beans. Well, it was fun. It was fun thinking that I had real power while it lasted. Anyway, it would certainly seem that they are unaware of the tunnel hidden by a large boulder in the back of the cave, as they have not used it as part of the attack or subsequent siege. And that sounds like foreshadowing, but genuinely they don't know about it at this stage. That said, depending on how players approach this and how successful they are, if they decide to go through that tunnel and are not doing it sneakily, that could change. That could very well change unless they, either successfully sneak or kill anyone who managed to see where they came from. So, again, just the interesting stuff. Okay, so thematic elements, I think this is all taken care of. Discuss the following items here. Maybe as bullets or paragraphs. I'm going to get rid of that. That's just like my formula stuff. We can kind of get rid of that. I don't need the template there. Enemy type and theme. All gnolls all the way. Yep, absolutely. Current boss of the dungeon. Big bad gnoll man. Better believe it. Prison reward types. Lots of basic weapons and gear, as well as the chance to recover people and their belongings for extra rewards. So the Snolls were laying siege to this town, and they would have stolen a lot of goods. So they can get some goods. This is a fun one, too, because it introduces a bit of a moral quandary for our players. Do they return the goods that they have found to, their proper owners, since they know it all came from the city that they live in? Or do they be buttheads about it and be like, yeah, well, the people thought it was gone anyway. We'll just go ahead and keep this stuff. And if they choose that one, you better damn well believe that if they try to sell any of that or use any of that item, there's a good chance it's going to get recognized and they're going to be called out for being pilfering little buttholes. You better believe I'm going to do that to my players because, again, I love chaos and I love to make my players suffer. And I'm only half sarcastic when I say that. Anyway, Puzzle trap themes, mostly just things set by gnolls as basic defenses and alarm systems, as well as avoiding notice of the gnolls. I'm definitely going to have, if they approach the forest, the possibility that there are like tripwires and traps and alarms set at the forest. Not even necessarily because the gnolls think that anyone would pull a sneaky on them, but because like that's just for their own defenses. They don't want to get mauled by bears or dire wolves or anything like that, so they're setting up their own defenses. So I think that one's good. Any other notes? There's a high probability of neighboring snow groups, excuse me. And see, this is why it's important to reread your work, so you can make the important edit like that. Interrupting battle partway through, given the nature of the battlefield. Yes, I'm keeping that one exactly as it is. The scale is a little off. The intent is that this map, there's a bit more space in between these groupings of tents than what's seen there. It's just there's a limit to, sizes that are sensible for battlefields and stuff like that. Especially because we play online, so logistically and making sure that people don't have to wait 2 minutes for a battle map to load up, there are some limitations there. So there's going to be a bit more space, but if they're having just like a big giant slobber knocker, knockdown, drag them out battle between like 7 gnolls and our 4 players, like, yeah, that's going to catch the attention of those guys over there. They're going to be like, hey, there's a slaughter happening over there, and so they'll go get involved. But maybe these guys at the bottom of the cliff won't notice unless like a war horn is sounded, and if our players are intelligent and sensible about how they approach things, they can avoid that type of stuff. So, that's a possibility for our players. Not a guarantee, but a possibility, a real one that I'm intending to pay attention to. So that's all good to go. Primary tasks. So the primary story with the Snolls having retreated from the city. The reprieve is only temporary, so we are going to open up this chapter. Our players are kind of at this opening, the closing of chapter 1, the opening of chapter 2, which is sort of a transitionary phase where it's going to be them sort of able to do a few things around town if they want or need to before having to go out. They're getting their long rest after the battle. So it appears that the Snolls are done with the outright assault. They have set up a camp outside the walls. Though siege doesn't do much outright, the threat of the Snolls is bad, and it cuts the city off of information on what's going on outside the walls. So they don't have communications going on with any of the other cities, but they do consistently have rangers who are good at surviving and will go out and sort of try and scout out areas, namely to try and understand whether there's Snolls about to attack and stuff like that. But with the siege in place, they don't have that resource available to them. There's no hunting or anything like that happening. So it is a bit of a limitation. Scouts on the wall have identified the Snoll leader. The players will be selected as one of multiple incursion teams set to go after the Snoll leadership. I'm going to say Snoll leaders. We're going to make this here. That just conceptually makes more sense for our players to be just one group heading for one of the leaders, and there's multiple leaders, so there's other groups going in there, because I guarantee you, when I give my players this mission, the first thing they're going to be asked is, where's everyone else? Why do we got to go alone? It's like, because everyone else is dealing with other parts of the Snoll Siege. You're just handling one part of it. Stop asking questions and play the game. So we'll do that, and that's good. The players will be selected as it's Snoll leadership. They'll have one section of the Snoll camp to infiltrate and hunt in. Their goal is to find him, find one of the leaders, kill him, and maybe kill a few other Snolls while they're at it. Side missions. When players are exploring, they may find a cage. I'm going to change this to cages. Cages full of citizens. If they free the citizens, they will have to somehow protect them. I'm not giving them a free pass on the escort mission. If they choose to do it, they're going to have to do it intelligently, or deal with the consequences of not doing it, which might be a lot of people being kidnapped and or killed. And if they're willing to live with that, then great. That's fine by me. It's no skin off my nose. It was their decision. Not my fault they made that decision. Doing so will grant them some extra rewards. I might have like 1 or 2 shopkeepers or something like that be some of the kidnapped members. I might have them offer up some extra money, and there's definitely going to be extra experience points. Generally speaking, we've already had it. where they have they're rescuing characters. What I'll do is basically whoever is guarding the characters, for each NPC that they rescue, I grant the same experience points as if they had killed one of the lowest members guarding it. So it's like if their lowest member was like the challenge rating that results in 50 experience points, then rescuing each citizen is worth 50 experience points, right? Because that's like, because the thought process that I have is that's the threshold for triumphing over the enemy, right? So even if that means tricking them, then they can then get that experience. So they can double dip if they like rescue the player sneakily and then come back to kill them. Or usually I'll just be generous and grant it if they kill the enemies and then rescue the characters, they can still kind of get that double experience points. But that's the idea. Is it's like that's the threshold it takes to guard them, because obviously someone being guarded by someone worth 1,000 experience points is a much bigger challenge to rescue that person than someone who only takes, like, the guards are only worth 25 experience points. So that's kind of how I balance that. That gives them some extra opportunities for experience points. A decent way to handle that. There are a million ways to do it. My way is not the most right or wrong way. So, you know, but just, I guess the upshot here is, if you don't already, consider making sure to give your players experience points for non-combat related things. One, it'll help them progress in levels faster and it'll be more satisfying for them. And two, it will help encourage them to do things other than just murder hobo their way through the game. If they feel like they can achieve proper rewards, both in a in-game setting and in a meta setting, right? If they feel like they're getting proper rewards, they will be much more creative in their approaches. And like we were talking about like much earlier in the stream, it's important to work on finding ways to draw out the creativity in your players, especially if they're new or unexperienced players. So at any rate, that's kind of what that one is. I think that one's good. If they don't free them, have the citizens be captives or indentured servants later on. And so later on when they go attack, because they are eventually going to lead their own attacks on Snoll encampments and stuff like that. When they do that, then all of a sudden there's going to be some people there, and it'll be an interesting thing because, like, on the one hand, it's negative that they didn't rescue them, and so there's probably going to be fewer of them. And so fewer experience points available for rescuing them. But the flip side is if they don't rescue them now, they might be allies later on, depending on how it all goes down. Like if they just didn't rescue them because they didn't find them or whatever, they might be allies in a future tough situation. So it's almost like where the bad decision could have good results later. Or if the players made the active choice to not rescue them, even though the captives saw the players there and things just didn't happen like that, when those captives will see the players, they'll probably be really weary of them and not like the players because they let them get captured in the first place. So there's like a whole lot of really cool dynamics that can come into play here by adding these types of things and just being able to be reactive about how our players do. So these are the types of things where, even though I have this planned out ahead of time, these are the types of things that will be more reactive to what my players end up doing in any situation. So at any rate, I think that's good. The authorities in town... Oh, that's right. I did flat out just make it a side quest. The authorities in town will put out a request for a captured Snoll that can be interrogated for information. Players can manage it. They will get bonus clues about what to expect in Chapter 3. I'm going to change that. I'm just going to say in future chapters just because I don't want to I don't want to be before I've even really thought about what it would be. I don't want to pigeonhole myself to having to do things a certain way in a certain chapter. We'll say in future chapters. So again, if they do it, they can get some information that might help them out. If players don't do it, then they will have to search for clues. They will have to search elsewhere for the same clues or may not get them at all. Boom. There we go. Simple as that. These are just placeholder concepts that will come to fruition later. And I'm actually thinking about creating a tab. So I have they're called the Pirate Group. And you can see it's been a while since I've kept session notes here. Oh wait, no, I did move it here to our Rodanos group. I've still been really bad about keeping notes at all of our sessions. But like character story links and stuff like that, I'm trying to do a better job of putting in notes about like these ongoing threads and stuff. So I'm actually just going to put a placeholder right now. We're going to say, mission. Oh, we're gonna say chapter results. Chapter results. Future hooks. So it's like the results of what they do. We can do that, and this is actually something that I need to take some time doing. Chapter 1. Actually, you know what? Let's go ahead and do this right now. My headspace is in it. I'm thinking about it. It should be quick and easy because it was a short chapter. So let's go ahead and do this right now. One thing. The enchantment shop was burned down. Shopkeeper has nothing to help with enchanting items. And then one of our characters, Mordreus here. Mordreus has started trying to take her place as the enchanter in town now that she can't work for a while. It was absolutely a thread that one of our players started, and it's unclear whether or not he's going to commit to it and be a dingus to this shopkeeper who is right now without anything and is very depressed about it. And so we're going to do hold until Mordreus next move. So we're going to go ahead and do that, and we're just going to put that placeholder there in case he does anything. So the enchantment shop was burned down. There was one other one I was thinking about doing. No, that was the one that I decided to commit to. Because depending on how things went in the shop or in the first chapter, I always wanted there to be some results because they were trying to protect part of the financial district. So there's always going to be some consequences about availability of stuff in there. But I think that's a big one. I think the other one that I'm going to do is the potions shop is short on supplies. Players will have a hard time getting some potions. Some will be much more expensive for a while. So they utilized heavily the potion shop because the alchemist in town offered to help them, provide them with like some various potions to use to fend off the siege, because obviously it's in the shopkeeper's best interest for the town to, you know, not be completely slaughtered by snolls. So he offered to help them, but in exchange now his supply is very thinned because of the assistance that the players needed. So that can be kind of a fun side quest idea. In fact, I'm going to put a note here. I'm going to do I'm going to bold it and do side quest hook. I'll unbold it here. If players are outside the city walls, they can earn discounts by helping to find plants and items to restock the shop. So if they want to do that, they can earn a little bit there. So those are basically just some like things. I like to try and do those so that way in between sessions I can kind of check these things and see if there's stuff, and if something gets taken care of, what I'll usually do is like highlight it green and be like, okay, taken care of, done, we don't need to worry about that one anymore, I've already utilized it, so we can remember to move on to other things instead. So we've got that, and then we'll just like start a placeholder by saying chapter 2 right there, so that way now when they do other things, so again, I'm actually going to go ahead and we'll do some bullet points here just to for things to pay attention to. In fact, here's what I'm going to do already. I'm going to highlight yellow. Yellow is a lot of times what I'll do when I'll say acknowledged, but still more stuff to do with it. So it's like, you know, they're kind of aware of these types of things, but there might be more, so they can always still get more potions and stuff, and they haven't really done anything. We still have this ongoing. So for chapter 2, some of the potential things, again, we have rescued prisoners, and we're gonna do question mark there. We'll do captured Snoll for interrogation, and then the last side quest where this all started. Last side quest is there are many siege weapons being used by the gnolls, like we talked about, by the Snolls. If players disable them in any way, city will take less damage during this chapter as they take time to handle the snolls. So they can do that to buy themselves some more time and have it be less damaging to the city. Players may want to find a way to commandeer some of these, which could be of use later in the campaign as part of the efforts to protect and save the city. So what we're going to do is we're just going to go ahead and, again, put a little placeholder here. And we'll do handled siege weapons, question mark. So now these ones, because they just haven't even come to play yet. Oops, no, I want to change that color to red here. The red will just signify like there's been no progress, nothing has been done with these. They haven't been presented. But now I've got some placeholders and stuff that we can utilize there. Okay, good. So I think that's all good as it is right there. Let's see here. God, oh shoot. I scratched my nose. Let the itchiness begin. I was doing so good. I went hours. I went like an hour and a half without itching it. Now here we are. I'm gonna start itching again. I'm a fool. I'm a fool. Okay, so I've already thought a lot about this stuff. This is stuff that I kind of have done on my own time. Most of it is good to go. Mostly we can see it here. I have my own mathematical approach to coming up with challenges and difficulty settings for players. So the way I always do things is I, as a baseline, when I'm writing a campaign module, I take, for each chapter, right? Because each chapter is meant to take players through a level. So chapter 2 is meant to take players from the beginning to the end of level 2, experience points wise. So that's just how I think about like how I should set up the challenges for enemies, how much combat and how much stuff to do should be within a chapter to get them up to level 2. And it's proven to be a pretty good way at making sure that I'm approaching things from a balanced and complete point of view, from a planning ahead standpoint. And I just itched my nose again. I just realized I did that. I am really just asking for discomfort at this point. So I've already mapped it out, and the basic principle of it is whatever experience points are needed to take one player from level, so in this situation from level 2 to level 3, times 5, because I try to balance things for 5 players. Because me as a DM, I will not run a game, at least not on a regular basis, for fewer than 4 players. If it's like one player can't show up, that's fine. But if we're at lower than 4 players, I'm basically always looking, like if we're at 3 players, I'm always looking for one more person to join the team as a regular player. And I don't, like, unless we have just a guest or something like that in an already big campaign, I won't do a campaign larger than 6 players. So if I balance it for 5, then if we have 6, it's just a little bit easier. And if we have 4, it's just a little bit harder, but still achievable. So I always take, so that chapter should have the experience points needed to take 5 players from level, in this situation, from level 2 up to level 3, right? And that's 600 experience points to get to that point. So we times it by 5, should have 3,000 experience points. I have added a 1.5 modifier for this situation, because my players want it, they want it tough. They want it coming in hard, and I'm not going to describe it that way again because there are way too many innuendos to unpack in that one sentence. But that's what my players wanted, so I'm doing it that way. And 1.5 seems to be a decent modifier. Some of the battles have been a little like, oh boy, one more bad roll and that would have been really unbalanced. But they've been happy with it so far, so I'm sticking with that, and we're going with it. Because what I did when I was at the no modifier, just the straight up experience points, that was when, once they learned their characters well enough, they started kind of steamrolling combat. So adding a 1.5 modifier to make it half as hard is sort of the concept. Shoot, I keep itching my nose. I've lost all willpower. I'm doomed. Oh, I'm doomed because it itches so bad now. I did it. I did it. I think the vibrations of my voice when I'm talking like this just make it worse, especially when I've got like these headphones on and stuff, because I think it just like causes a lot of vibrations and stuff. And I think that's what makes it worse. But see, like I take these off and it's a little bit better, but I can still feel the itchiness in my nose. But then if I don't talk for a minute, yeah, the itchiness definitely subsides. So definitely the only way for me to make this nose itch go away is to shut the hell up. And I'm not going to do that because I have too many thoughts. I have too many thoughts that I need to share. Get some Aveeno anti-itch. That's what I should do. If I were a smarter man, I would do that. Tragically, I am not. Maybe I can just, I wonder if just like some regular hand lotion will help it. Let's do it. Let's go ahead and do it. I do keep hand lotion because in the wintertime, my hands get cold and chapped. So we're going to do it. I am going to smell like generic man salon products because this lotion is like a Bath and Body Works men's fragrance, which all of them come up with some weird manly name like Mahogany Forest or Old Bookshelf. But all of them just smell like generic Old Spice. All right, we're gonna see if the lotion helps. It's a good tip. It's definitely a good tip conceptually. My brain's just not smart enough to come up with it on my own. So I thank you. I thank you all for being smarter than me. Right? Like all of that, because it's not even just like the Old Spice brand. All of them, all men's salon products. Yeah, like honestly, Old Spice does the best because they lean into it. They're like, yeah, these names are ridiculous. They're funny. Men like it, right? Even women like the goofy names. But like, that's the thing. They all have these like weird names. But when you get down to it, when you smell them all, unless you're smelling them like back to back, they all smell the same. They all smell like generic men's spice is what they all smell like. It's the same thing. Like at least with others, it's like, you know, when you go in there and you have like cherry blossom versus peach mango, it's like, yeah, they all smell like cherries or smell like peach or whatever. And they all smell generically, like they all have unique scents. But like men's scent is all the same. It's not Axe body spray. Axe body spray has the same scent as all of them. It's all the same generic man scent. And I'm also like, I'm not even saying that's a bad scent, right? There's something pleasant about it. There's something pleasant about men's cologne smell. You know, it's like, I'm not even saying it's a problem. I'm just saying it's all the same. It's all the same, and none of it's descriptive. Like, what does a mahogany forest smell like? What does that smell like, if not just like generalized dirt and plant, right? It's like, it does not smell like the sandalwood that they end up putting in the thing. It's like, at least call it sandalwood and have it smell like that. My goodness. Anyway, sorry, that was a bit of a tangent. Sorry, not sorry. I'm only speaking from the heart here, okay? This is how I feel about these scenarios. At any rate, that's how I balance my combats in general, like how I balance the amount of combat that's going to be in there. And then from there, there's a further breakdown based on how many sections there are, and how many sections there are depends on the chapter, because even when it's balanced for the players getting leveled up, there comes a point when like the only way for like the experience points to match like in one combat or within 2 or 3 combats would be for them to like have to fight 2 Tarrasques, and it's like, I'm not gonna do that because 1, the lore behind that would be stupid and non-existent, and 2, that's boring. So I further break it down, and the number of sections, the number of sub-chapters within a chapter depends on how far along they are, and basically it's just like there's more subsections, and that's just to handle the fact that combats and stories are going to get deeper, more convoluted as they go. There's going to be more branches, more side stories for them to handle. So when there's more sections, more segments to a chapter, we can sort of facilitate that. So that way it's like, okay, yeah, they're now level 7, so we're going to have 3 segments to this chapter, and that's just going to work out better. Because that way, one of the segments can handle the side quest that they're in the middle of, while these other 2 can kind of be parts of where they're going. And that way, also, we can have faraway places. It's like, okay, segment 1, when they encounter that side mission, it's going to be something to distract them as they're traveling through the wilds to whatever location, so on and so forth. So there's a further breakdown about how many experience points are in each of those sections. And it generally gets harder as they go. So that way, earlier in the level, as they're learning their new powers and wanting to enjoy feeling stronger for a bit, it's a bit easier. They can handle it pretty well. But then as things get harder, like as you get deeper into it, things get harder. And they're all like, oh, shoot. Oh, no. Now we're in danger. We got to actually be smart about stuff. So it just so far has been a really good balance. My players have liked it. And so I'm just kind of sticking with it. And there's a million ways to do it. My way isn't the most right or the most wrong. Just that's how I approach it. You know, so that's great. So like the villains and allies, main villains, and then their lackeys, and then any allies, I like to put down information for that. I like to save that actually for once I put in the details of each of the areas. You'll notice when we've got our map here, I've got these little numbers here. These numbers correspond to different rooms. Sometimes it's literal rooms, sometimes it's just areas right here, but those are areas that warrant like description. There's no order in terms of like ascending difficulty or anything. It's all just like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It just kind of goes over there, and it's all just for the sake of knowing what descriptions go with what areas. But as I do the specific areas here, kind of like how as I fill out the map, that gives me ideas about what missions should be in that map, right? As I describe these areas, it gives me an idea about what types of tactics and enemies are going to exist in each of these areas and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, so that's kind of how it's all set up there. So we'll come back to this as we go. I'm not going to worry about it all right now. So that's good. And yeah, I think that means we're kind of ready to go about our details here. I've already got some of our... So anytime players take a long rest, I make sure there are consequences for it. Because in my experience, unless the DM intervenes and finds some way to limit it, whether it's just like rules where it's just like, no, you guys are allowed 1 long rest per session or whatever, right? Unless the DM explicitly puts a rule about it, you have to find ways to balance long rests. Otherwise, they can become extremely abusable, right? So it's like if you allow your players to just be like, okay, well, we've cleared out this room. We're going to lock and guard the doors, and we're going to take a long rest, and we're going to sleep for the night. You know, it becomes one of the easiest ways for them to not really face a lot of adversity in battles. I'm very fortunate that I have players that don't like to abuse that stuff. They like the role-playing and the reality of time flow in the game, so they adhere to it really well. So I really appreciate my players. But when I'm writing a campaign, I try to plan for a group that's not necessarily adversarial, but just like doesn't operate that way, to make sure there's limits. Because the idea is that this module, while I am running it for my players, it's a module that I could pick up and run for another group at any given time. And so I always try to compensate for that kind of stuff. So there's always consequences for a long rest. And there's 2 ways I approach it. One is with rations. Like I don't typically like to sit there and hem and haw over things like ammo and rations and stuff like that. But generally what I'll say to players is I'll say, when you guys are going out on an excursion, you know, you guys can maybe take a wagon with you for travel, right? To like make sure you've got like a month's worth of provisions. But then when you leave that area, then you can only carry so many rations on your pack before you have to leave. And if they leave, then certain things will regenerate and all that kind of stuff. So that's one way to do it, is to just have like temporal limitations about that, or have the mission be like, we need you guys back within 7 days, otherwise we're really going to be in trouble. So it's like they have to hurry up, and a long rest advances a day. So you can do that. The other way that I do it is I have this random table where they roll a d10, and depending on what they roll, something is going to happen. And a lot of times I'll still even combine this with other things. So it's like if they take a long rest, half of the enemies can regenerate, including the ones that they just killed. So they might get a knock at one of their doors and more enemies coming by. So there are some negatives with that. That kind of relates to also there's wandering monsters. They might just have, their camp might just get stumbled upon by other creatures. There's the chance for an uneventful night. And they also offer the divine intervention, where it's just like maybe a deity comes down and speaks to one of the players to offer them a clue or something like that, or offer advice if they roll a 10, or sometimes I'll just go ahead and, regardless of what they roll, offer that if they're just really barking up the wrong tree for what I have prepared for them. Excuse me. So that's kind of, those are the methods I found that work really well to manage it, but there are a million other ways. DC to successfully rest gets easier and easier the longer they go since last one. Sure, yeah. So it's like the more events that they cover, like it gets easier to meet that DC to have that. Yeah, that's one way to do it. Whereas the success and fail is basically just like, you know, do they succeed and have a long rest, or are they interrupted by something that stops their long rest from happening, right? So yeah, I think that's a good way to handle it too. There are so many ways to do it, but I do think it's important for a DM to think about that and be prepared to handle it. Because like I say, it won't even be maliciously. Players will just sort of think to themselves like, oh man, I used up like 2 of my spells and I lost like 5 hit points. Well, if I just take a long rest, I get all that back. And it becomes one of the most abusable things. Kind of like how in the Fallout games, if you get too injured, all you got to do is find a place where there's not an enemy immediately nearby and then rest until you're healed, right? And it's like a super abusable system. unless you find a way to limit it. So players with a rat swarm wasn't attacking them. Their food supply, depending on the result of each individual solution to the problem, have their rations or lose some of them. That's a really good idea. That's a really good idea, because not only does it disrupt the long rest as it is, but it can also result, like, limit how far they can be outside of town and stuff. So I like that one. That's a good one. No long rest triggers. Yeah, there you go. So like a fail for it would be time still passes, but they don't get the long rest results. You know, whether they're like I say, you can have them be interrupted or something like that, whether it's by the weather, by monsters. Yeah. There are so many ways, and we could sit there and we could plan out, 50 different ways to mitigate it. The like I say, just sort of the upshot here. The point is, it's a good idea to limit that. Otherwise, players with, like I say, it's not a malicious thing. They're not trying to ruin the game. They're just using the tools available to them. And if long rests are infinitely available, they're going to infinitely use them. It'd be stupid not to. They really should do that. So as the DM, you kind of have to limit it. And so those are the ways I found to limit it. But you can see we've already planned out the gnolls that are going to be here. This is the boss here, worth different experience points. The baseline that I do, so you can see we've got different like experience points here. This is basically an easy battle should be worth this many experience points. The boss battle should be worth this many. And basically what I try to do is it's like one or two bosses are one or two of these guys would make up see, I did this a little differently because I wanted them to have a particularly tough boss in this situation. But a lot of times usually what I'll do is one boss would be a medium battle, so that way there's plenty of room for for there to also be minions. I kind of upped this one a little bit because we can still have some of the witherlings in there to make up some of that and have increased numbers, but I wanted a really tough gnoll for them. But generally speaking, I'll do that. Generally speaking, the leaders or the hard enemies are like somewhere around like 2 or 3 of them would make up a medium battle. For the soldiers, the somewhat easy ones, it's usually like 5 or so would make up a medium battle. And then for the fodder, the really easy ones, I like to do 10 of them would make a medium battle. And so that gives you a lot of opportunities to mix and match. And it helps make sure that a boss will have some minions, because only facing one boss is a heck of a lot easier than facing a slightly easier boss that has minions with him, because they can really take up a lot of turns from you and do a lot of damage among all of them. So short rest that takes the duration of a long rest. That's a good idea too. Have it so if it interrupts, they can still take a short rest and get some of their stuff back, but not all of it. I actually really like that idea. I like that idea a lot. Of just if I'm using my random table, if one of these comes by, it's like, okay, yeah, you can finish up your rest, but you only get the effects of a short rest because you were interrupted. Or if only one player was interrupted by something, only they get that short rest. Oh, excuse me. But yeah, I do like that idea, actually. I like the idea of, it's always a short rest by default, but you have to be successful at making it a long rest and as restful as a long rest. So that's good. I like that. So yeah, okay, so all of that stuff is pretty much planned out. I think that's good. I don't have anything I want to change. So at this point in time, we're ready to go on to our rooms. I have a bunch of possible outlines here for ways that I'll try and design rooms and balance our rooms and everything like that. But I'm going to try and I'm going to experiment a little bit, and I'm just going to freeform this one a little bit here. I'm just going to freeform this one and not pre-plan out what type of danger and what type of reward is in each one, and just see how that works out, because I use this formula and this collection of guaranteed rewards and dangers within each section of a chapter as a way to make sure I'm diversifying stuff, but I don't want any of it to feel forced. So I'm going to try and just wing it here, and we're going to see if that pans out, and if at the end I don't like it, then we'll substitute some of them for my typically prescribed things. But that's how we're going to do it. I'm going to copy and paste the room number here as the template, though, a couple times. Yeah, so let's do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There we go. And then let's just go ahead and get rid of this, because I can always get another copy of our template page. Come on. Come on, OneNote. You can scroll up. I know you can. It always cracks me up how clumsy OneNote is at word processing, considering it's by the same company that made Microsoft Word. So in theory, they could have just plopped Word there and done Word with a tabulating system. It should have been an easy thing, but apparently not. And I'm sure there are good reasons behind programming for why they couldn't do it that way that I don't understand because I know jack about programming. But still. Anyway, we're going to start working on this. Let me just get our numbers here. And there we go. So there's our rooms. We're gonna start fleshing these things out, but we're gonna do it in just a second because I need to make wee wee one more time. So I'm gonna run to the bathroom really quick. I'll refresh my beverage while I'm up there, so that way my voice, I can feel my voice getting strained. It's been 3 hours already, but I'm going another hour. Damn it, because I want to get more writing done. But I'm gonna refill my beverage, run to the bathroom, and then when I get back, we will finish out today's session. Getting some good room detail written, and I'm excited because I've got some ideas on how I want to do this. So, too logical for Microsoft. That is, boy oh boy, isn't that the truth. All right, I'll be right back. I appreciate you guys' patience. All right, I'm back. I made it back. Just let people buy or for actual document creation. That's true. That's actually probably pretty close to the truth considering OneNote is one of their like free applications. Very true. How's it going? How's it going, Tweety Clan? Good to see you here. Thank you for the welcome back. Okay, let's see here. Let's get some room details and stuff going here. So I guess the one thing that I do need to think about is making sure we balance and have the right number of fights that take place in each area. But that's actually pretty easy to do as well, because I know I like to do 3 easy battles, 2 medium battles, 1 hard battle, and 1 boss battle. So I think that's pretty easy to do. We can just kind of keep track of what we've done and tighter these as needed. I think that'll work out just fine. New here and new to Dungeons and Dragons. Well, welcome to all of it. Welcome to the hobby. Say goodbye to your free time. You fool. Oh, you fool. You're trapped now. No, it's an excellent hobby, and I always love hearing about it growing. The starter dungeon, hopefully learn a thing or two. Sure. We're working on. I'm writing a homebrew campaign, so you can kind of see how I go about writing a campaign and all that kind of stuff. Feel free to ask any questions. The other thing too, I do have a Discord server. If you wanted to get linked up with that, I am always happy to discuss various things about D&D in any capacity, whether it's memes or strategies for players or DMs or whatever. If you want to get connected with that, I love having conversations about D&D, and there's a few other people there that might also weigh in. So feel free to get connected up with that if that suits your fancy. What is free time? That's, in this day and age, why I tell people, like there's all kinds of pushes these days for like, when it comes to like work and stuff. Like the discussion is always about fair pay. But the thing I always tell people is like one of the most important things that you can do is guard your time aggressively, right? Like make sure that you do not work overtime unless you are getting paid overtime. Do not work overtime and guard your time, because time is as important as money is to survival in modern day times. I find that time is much more important to being happy. So if you have enough money to survive, time becomes the most important thing. So, noob sounding question, I do not mind. If I do mind, I'll just ask the question. If I do mind, I'll just make fun of you mercilessly. So, no, I wouldn't do that on air. In private messages, you're going down. God, what a toxic thing to do. Can you believe there are actually people that do that kind of crap? What a toxic behavior. Anyways, room number 1. Let's just start designing some details. All right. This one's easy. We're just going to put a battle up here. I'm going to make this one just one of our easy battles. Like, small, out-of-the-way, easy battle. The other thing I like about making this as an easy one is if they get if our players draw the attention from either here or here, it's only an easy battle's worth of monsters to have to deal with. So we're going to make that an easy battle. Easy battle. And there's something what I want to do is I want to okay, so I want to be a bit more descriptive on how I do some of these writing things and make things a bit clearer in how I organize them. So we're gonna say our danger here, the baseline is so the danger, and we're gonna do sub bullets here. So we're gonna say, how much is the combat worth? Easy battles are worth 321 experience. We're gonna make this one worth, let's make this one worth 350 experience points here. We'll make other ones worth 300. We'll say worth 300 XP, or 350 XP total. 350 XP total. And I want to do 3 of our standard snolls, as we've been calling them. Copy and paste it, and then we're just to top it off, we're gonna do 1 of our little witherlings, which are just kind of skinned as like really weak gnolls, because they're not undead gnolls, they're just like kind of the fodder gnolls. I do that a lot. I'll reskin the enemies a lot to make them suit the appearance that I'm looking for. So, okay, let's see here. Trying to build up a world for the first time. How do I come up with appropriate enemies without being super repetitive? Okay, yeah, I've got a lot of tips on how to approach that, and it kind of depends on what works with you and what you're trying to achieve. If you're concerned about repetitive enemies, one thing that I recommend that you do is, like I just said, reskin a stat block. When you're thinking about the enemies, don't restrict yourself to just saying like, okay, well, the enemies that are manageable for a level 1 and a level 2 group tend to be goblins and gnolls and kobolds, right? And so it's like, that's what leads to it always being repetitive, and why everyone is always so hyper familiar, because so many campaigns will make it through the first 5 or 10 levels, and then like the campaign will disperse for one reason or another, because people, you know, have issues with free time, as we discussed. So people play through those earlier things, and if you just stick with all gnolls or all kobolds or whatever, it is going to get repetitive. So the best advice that I can give is set your scene and think about what you want the enemies to be, right? And like keep it in check. Don't be like, okay, it's a level 1 thing, but I want them to fight a big giant dragon, right? It's like keep it in check, keep it kind of appropriate. But suppose you want them to be fighting some creatures that are typically higher level in difficulty. Maybe you want them to be facing some Duragar, but they're just not quite ready to face the Duragar. Just find some regular humanoid stat blocks that are easier, and flavor them as Duragar. You know, just call them Duragar, right? So it's like with these gnolls and everything, with the snolls that we're doing, like I'm using some basic gnoll stat blocks and everything, but in reality, they can work for any type of barbaric humanoid creature that uses bows and arrows and spears and clubs to attack. And just like, as long as that's the stat block that I want to use, I can call them whatever I want. They can just be cavemen, right? They don't have to be gnolls. So you can just do that. Just make gargoyles weak. Kind of. What I'm saying is, if you want them to fight a gargoyle, but they're too weak to handle a gargoyle, find just some random creature that they aren't too weak to handle. So just like, you know, dogs are pretty good ones, and just call it a gargoyle. Right? It's all theater of the mind, and it's not like you have to show them, here's the stat block. You go ahead and read it. Just say like, yeah, you're facing a gargoyle. It scratches you and it bites you. You know, and then like be logical about it if they use a slicing thing, even though it's a wolf and they're not, and they would normally not be resistant to slicing damage. It's a gargoyle. It's made of stone. So then you just make sure to cut the damage in half, because they would, you know, be weak to stone. You can just logically handle that. But yeah, just like, find a stat block of a creature that fits what you want it to do, but call it whatever you want, right? You can call it whatever you want. Like I say, with these gnolls, I could have them be just like cavemen savages or something like that if I wanted to. They don't have to be gnolls. That's just what they're designed as. And the flip side is, if I wanted stronger gnolls, I could find humanoids that have basic like spears and maybe even some magical effects, and rather than calling it a lizard folk, because lizard folk tend to be a bit stronger, I can just call it a gnoll, and it's just a leveled up gnoll. So take stat blocks that exist and call them whatever you want. Yeah, exactly. Just relabel characters, because it's all theater of the mind. You're not obligated to give them, you know, all of the stuff that you use. In fact, one of the hallmarks of being a DM is that you hide a lot of information from people, right? They like every single online gaming system that you can use for D&D, like I use, for my players, we use Foundry. It gives you the option to have your baseline DM rolls be hidden from players, so they don't know what you roll, right? So it's like, the whole point of being the DM is like, you are behind the curtain. You only have to pull back the curtain as much as you want. So you can use whatever monsters you want, just call them whatever flavor you want. Like I say, you want to keep it reasonable, because players are going to think it's kind of weird if they're fighting a dragon that's as strong as like a bear, right? They're gonna know something's up if you go a little too wild and crazy for it, with it. But let's see here. Outline worked out fairly well. Not the story depth. Sort of struggling with that. I mean, first off, like, questions aren't lame. Don't be down on yourself right away. But I'm having trouble understanding what you mean. You have the outline worked fairly well. Not the story depth. Are you saying like you've got the idea of what you want them to do, but not the details figured out? And saying encounters sometimes difficult from a perspective of what makes sense in the situation. Don't be afraid to both pull your punches and play the enemies. Yes, absolutely with that too. There are a lot of resources you can go online. You can just find like combat builders. They'll help you build what's like kind of as written should be a balanced encounter, but if it ends up being too strong or too weak, you can always just on the fly cut an enemy's, you know, one of the enemy's HP in half. Or you can always just say, especially if you have your hidden rolls, right? Like, that's one of the benefits of doing hidden roles as a DM. You can always just say, like, you know, like, set it so that, oh, I just rolled a 20, but these characters are all about to die in their first ever combat. So instead I rolled a 10, wink, wink, right? You can, like, do that stuff without tipping your hand to the players. So never be afraid to kind of tip the scales if you need to. In terms of spectacle deals, players bring the story to the table. Yeah. So, like, the thing is like, you'll see me, I'm planning a lot of details, but, like, when you're watching me make my games, notice that the details are in terms of what resources are available to players, right? Like, I have a general idea. This chapter that we're writing right now in the campaign, players need to help fend off a Null siege. That's it. No more details. And beyond that, it's then, you know, like, I'm putting down options of things they can do within the environment. You know, so it's like, you know, like in this situation, they need to fend off the gnolls, you know, and so there's ways they can do that. I've given them a couple different approaches to how they can attack the gnolls. There are some different resources available to them. It's up to them specifically what they do. All I'm doing is creating a battlefield and putting details in the environment. So approach it, my advice is approach it from a world building standpoint, not a story building standpoint. But let's see here. Okay, hold on, I gotta catch up here. Punches let the dice determine the fate of all involved. They've developed a good sense of combat balance over the years. Yeah, exactly. Letting the dice do what they're gonna do kind of is something that you can do once you've gotten used to the mechanics and kind of inherently know how to build the combat, as well as having a good rapport with your players and understanding what they'll be comfortable with. If it's a bunch of new people you never played with before, they're probably gonna be a little TO'd if you kill off half the party on the first session. But yeah, never be afraid to fudge rolls. Even if you are experienced, if something's just being weird, like I've had it be where it's just like, my players have had terrible luck and they haven't gotten a hit in 4 rounds, right? I'll start fudging rolls just because, like, yes, that's kind of the beauty of randomness, but at the same time, it's not fun for anyone if we've gone 4 rounds and not a single player has hit anything, right? Like, so in those situations, usually I'll pull punches because I can't lie and say all of a sudden, oh, the AC changed and you're hitting that thing. But I'll start pulling my punches to make sure that we have enough combat for them to actually hit something. Okay, let's see here. What do you got? Areas are worked out. Going on a city, a Dorman capital, 100 ruins, sort of undead, psychic thing. I'll plot to overthrow the Dorman parliament or whatever. I mean, honestly, it sounds like you have mostly what you need. What I would do if I were you is I would write your villain. And I would determine, like, I would write your villain, then I would make your environment, and then I would determine what your villain is trying to do with that environment. And so then you know what the enemies are doing, and it's just on the players to figure out what that is and do whatever they feel like doing to stop it, right? So don't get too bogged down in, oh, they have to go to this place, and they have to accomplish this thing, and they have to do this to do this. Instead, just think about, okay, we've got this evil Durgar guy that wants to overthrow the Dwarven city. Here's what the Dwarven city is like, here's what the Durgar environment is like, and then you start feeding them hooks, right? You start saying, like, oh, you know, you have the dwarves come to them and be like, hey, we got wind that there's these bad guys gonna have a meeting down in this area at this time, right? And so it's like, that's what your missions are, but it's all based around the general concept of, you know what your villain is gonna try to achieve, and your players are trying to stop that from happening, right? So this campaign that I'm writing, I'm going to give them a lot of specific hooks. I'm going to write down a lot of specific hooks about things they can do to, like, stop the gnolls, but it's all going to be kind of along the lines of, like, yeah, the gnolls are laying siege. You got to stop that, right? Simple as that. You don't want to get the too much more detail in there. The details I'm writing are environment world building details, not storytelling details. And then after they handle the siege, then it's going to be like, the players are going to have a certain sense of, like, oh, what should we do now? You know, and if they have their own initiative to go handle things, great, I've got a world built, and they can just, like, be like, if they wanted to be, hey, we're going to chase after the gnolls, it's like, great, I know where the gnolls are going because I know where their home is within this environment. So then they can just do that. Or if they get kind of stuck up on that, I'll say, all right, well, you know, you've been called by the local guard who says, hey, one of our sources says that some of the gnolls live over in this direction. You should go handle that, right? And then I'll feed other things, like when there's other hooks that once they get to that gnoll encampment, they can get information about stuff, but that information is kind of along the lines of, oh, there's another gnoll encampment up here. Do they want to go attack that right now or not? It's up to them. They can decide what they want to do, right? I'm just giving them, basically all of the hooks that I feed them are hooks about, here's what exists in the world, do with that what you will. And it's like they know that their general goal is to stop the gnolls, and they also know that there are resources available to them, and I'm going to trickle feed them information about where they can go to use said resources to achieve their goal. And then beyond that, it's just kind of what they want to do. So for me, world building is the key element to it, not story writing. You don't want to railroad to the point of being like, oh, they have to do this one thing. You know, it's like, oh, you have to do this, because eventually players are going to want to do something different. So instead, just say, you know, give them a reason to want to achieve it. You know, they want to stop the gnolls because if they don't stop the gnolls, them and their city die. So there's their reason, there's their motivation. They want to do that. And then it's just like, hey, here's some resources. If you want to achieve your goal, make use of them. And they go about and do that kind of stuff. So I don't know how helpful that is, because I know it's very vague. But I feel like it's the best advice that I can give. Don't write a story, write a world, and let the players tell the story as they're in that world. Right? The only story you're giving them is the overarching goal they're trying to achieve. That's my advice. But the flip side of that too is there are dozens of ways to approach world building and DMing. So, you know, a certain degree of it is just experimenting, accepting the fact that you're going to suck for a little while. But as you practice and kind of find your own rhythm and get to know your players, eventually you'll suck less. And eventually you'll be a really good DM and everyone will come to you for advice. So there are a whole lot of facets to it. And I could go on for hours and hours about it. But yeah, just like build an environment. Don't write detailed story beats. Write detailed resources and environment things, and players can go about it. So like, for example, with this one, what I was talking about with our primary tasks and our side missions, right? So like, let's talk about our side missions here. When players are exploring, they may find cages full of citizens. If they free the citizens, they will have to somehow protect them. Not a full escort mission, but at least carve a safe pathway to provide them with weapons. Doing so will grant some extra rewards. So in this situation, I'm not telling the players, oh, you need to go rescue these citizens as part of the breaking of the siege. It's more so just like, hey, you need to go fight these gnolls. And as they're exploring, hey, there's these citizens that are, you know, that are captured. Do what you want with that, right? You kind of give them the stuff. So it's like the story is being told. Does the story include a few pages about them rescuing citizens or not? That's up to them, right? I'm not telling them what to do. I'm saying there are captured citizens. Do you save them? You know, or another one here. Authorities in town will put out a request for a captured snoll. I'm calling them snolls because they're snow gnolls. That can be interrogated for information. I'm not telling them you guys have to capture this one gnoll. Instead, it's just like, yeah, the city guard has mentioned they really like someone to interrogate. If you capture it, you'll get a reward for it. You know, they can take it or they can leave it. But if they do it, then that'll give them more resources for future, parts of this fighting the gnolls thing. So, you know, that's kind of what I'm talking about when it's like world building. I'm not telling players what to do. I'm saying, you know, there are citizens there. One of the guards wants, you know, some of the guards want a captive gnoll. You know, things like that. So don't write story beats. You know, like you need to have some story beats, but don't write story beats. Write environments that you give them information on. And the way that turns into guiding your players for the sake of difficulty and battle planning is, if you're planning ahead like I do, you just plan when you trickle feed them different information and where different ideas are available, right? So it's like the next session, they're going to be handling the siege. Once they're done with the siege, the next thing is they're going to be going after some of the gnolls. And that's going to be based off both seeing where the gnolls are running off to, and the guards offering some trickle feed information of like, hey, we know there's a campment out in this direction. We would very much like some people to go out there and do that. And then after that, there are going to be more story beats, but I'll get the next hook when they're in that gnoll village, right? So it's like, I'm not telling them, oh, you have to do the gnoll village before you do the next thing. I'm just not even telling them that the next thing is there until they finish the village. And that's how you can sort of lead players if you have a specific pathway you want them to follow. And for me, it's mostly just about planning things with increased difficulty for the sake of game challenge. So last campaign you're ending, you settle on who the big bad would be until 4 sessions and so into the campaign. And see what the players PC would be interested in, see what the plot hooks. Yeah, that's a perfectly valid way to do it too. My approach is always, and this is just because I've been building this world for so long, I have so many different environments and potential bad guys that exist in my world at large, just because I've been writing, like I've been writing and world building for over a decade of my life, just as a hobby. So I've got so many options that what I can do is during session 0, I can ask my players, what kind of experience do you want? Do you want just like a treasure hunting experience? Do you want some sort of Lord of the Rings epic? You know, do you want a Harry Potter magic heavy, you know, just like playground? What do you guys want? And they'll kind of tell me, and I'll be like, okay, that fits this area right here that's got this bad guy, and I can do that. But if you don't have that immense background of resources, then yeah, you know, don't even necessarily settle on something. See what the players are doing, what direction they're taking the story, and then start planning around that. So it's another really good way to approach it. So I mean, hopefully we haven't spun your head around too much already with this overload of information, because there's so many different things to it. There's so much to it, you know, when you're building your own stuff. The other thing that I would recommend, and it sounds like you're already doing this because you've got like the beginner's kit module that you're running, don't be afraid to just like run more modules, and don't be afraid to start off as a module and then expand out from that if you decide you've got different stuff you want to do. I steal stuff from modules all the time, you know, because some things are great ideas, but then some things I want to take in other directions. That's a perfectly valid approach too. Don't be afraid to run a module, to give yourself time to really figure out what you want to do with your own thing, right? You can take parts of a module, like look through a module and just find a dungeon and just say, like, give your players sort of a generic reason to go to that dungeon, and use that to buy yourself some time to write more stuff that you want to do, right? So it's like most campaigns will open up with some pretty generic, oh, the town is under attack, blah, 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 right? Start off with that and be like, the town's under attack from these generic cult leaders, right? And then let the cult leaders be, you know, let the cultists be the enemies for a few sessions while you try and, you know, figure it all out. Oh, don't apologize. I'm glad it's helpful. I'm glad it's helpful. So that can be a really good way to approach it. Is just like find a generically written starting point, and then use the end of that to springboard into what you want to do, and that can buy you some time to write and figure out what kind of environment the players are going to be doing, what kind of game they want to play, all that kind of stuff. That can all be really good ways to handle that stuff. So, Stars and Dreams, check in with players every Tuesday. So yeah, absolutely. I do that type of stuff with my players at the end of every turn. I'll ask my players, I'm like, okay, did you guys like what this was? You know, do you like what we're doing so far? Do you feel good about the storyline? Are there things you want me to be paying attention to for your character? Does your character have goals and stuff like that? I'll ask them that every session. And then, like, always, inevitably, I'll have some players that'll be like, oh, I want this and this and this and this and this. And I'll be like, great. And I write that list down. And then I'll maybe, like, in the next 5 sessions, give them one of those things. And slowly start building it up. Because you don't want to just, like, be a yes man and give them everything. But asking them what they want to do, and like, if they're liking the game, can give you great ideas as a DM. Can make you look really smart, too. Because if you do it cleverly enough, it makes it seem like you knew all along what they wanted. Even though they directly outright told you. If it's like woven into the story well enough, and you've like told them like, yeah, I kind of know where the story's going, and you weave it in there well enough, they'll be like, oh wow, that was really brilliant. Like, I have that happen plenty. It's really funny to me. I'm like, you flat out told me what you wanted, and they still give me credit for it. But yeah, that can be a really good way to make sure the game is going. Because the other thing that I always tell my players is, this isn't my game, this is our game, right? It might be my world, but it's our game. So I want to make sure the game is doing what they want to do. So checking in with them is a great way to make sure that it's a good game and to get ideas. That's your, it's like, it's not even a hidden veiled way to do it, but to just ask them, what should I write for you guys? And they'll give you should write this. And you're like, great. And you just like make sentences for their ideas, and there's your writing taken care of. So many things. I'm going to go ahead and work on a few more of these, on fleshing out a few of these with the time that we got left here. Hopefully that'll give you some ideas about the more detailed parts of writing an encounter and stuff like that, which could be a very complicated thing. But also, I need to make sure I'm making progress on my stuff here too. So, so then a city through a crypt. There you go. That's awesome. That's a really awesome idea. It's a good way to do stuff. So excellent. All right, let's see here. So in this area here, the danger. With all those experience here, I want to do something. So I always make sure I want to do like a narrative here. Oops. Underline narrative. There we go. So I always like to just like write down a description of each area that players enter. Usually I wing it and I don't read these things, but some nights my brain isn't working. So I will just go ahead and I like to write something out. So one, I can refer back to it and know what I was getting at, and remember any details I wanted to do. And two, if my brain ain't working and I'm trying to describe something for players, I can just read it if I'm not thinking of it on my own. Kept in the loop of anything they want to have happen to their PC. I mean, it will happen. Yes, absolutely. Don't promise all of it will happen. But yeah, make sure your players know that you want to understand what their interests are, so that way you're providing the game that they want. All that kind of stuff. Save point and ruins of an old shop in our city. Yes, giving them a good safe house is an excellent thing. A base to return to. Knights that are constantly patrolling the area. Starting to them if caught. Absolutely. Yeah. Having wandering monsters and having a constant threat is really good. Really good, especially like we were discussing earlier. Players might have the tendency to abuse long rests. So if you give something like patrolling enemies that can disrupt those, it makes them think twice about just always taking a long rest whenever they need something. So that's really good. That's all really good stuff for sure. For sure. All right, let's see here. This area here. So we're just doing this little camp. Talk about on the outskirts of camp. Let's see here. So on the outskirts of the knoll camp is a oops, hold on. The snow camp here. On the outskirts of the snow camp, on the outskirts of the snow camp is a small outcropping of snow tents. A few of them sit huddled around a small campfire. It's hard to say why these snolls are so isolated from the rest of the camp. Maybe they're not very popular, or maybe by snoll standards, maybe by snoll standards, they're really ugly. Regardless of the reason, they sit rather isolated and seem to be paying very little attention to the rest of the camp. Boom, there we go. Bada boom, bada boom, bada boom. Okay. Oh man, you guys are chatting like crazy here. Hold on, let me catch up. The player is a good base of operations. A fantastic point. Don't really make shit at the fan. Oh yeah, you can take it away from them. Absolutely. Anything that you keep in mind too as a DM, anything that you can give to your players, one, you can take away, and two, you can give to their enemies, which we were discussing earlier when making sort of a powerful magical item. Like, absolutely, it can be abused by your players if it's a powerful magical item, but you can also give that magical item to their enemies, and you can find a way to take it away, too. So, yes, and absolutely hang out. Like I say, we've got Discords and stuff. People who stream love talking about it. The reason I'm streaming this, look at how unproductive I am on the writing, right? Like, if I wanted to just like silently write stuff, then I would never be doing this. I'm doing this because I love talking about D&D stuff. I love helping other people find their own in terms of DMing and stuff like that. I love helping that kind of stuff out. So never be shy about coming in here. If I have stuff that I really need to get done, I'll tell y'all to shut up and I'll just keep working on my stuff, or I'll work on it when I'm not streaming. When I'm streaming, I'm here. Like, I do want to get some stuff done, right? Because like it's kind of a show and tell situation where it's like I like to show my process. But yeah, people have questions. I love answering the questions. So, you know, and most other streamers are like that. Like I say, if you don't want interaction, then don't stream. And most people kind of inherently recognize that. If they didn't want interaction and they didn't want to help and or get ideas from the group while writing their stuff, they wouldn't be here doing it. So yeah, use the community as a resource. It's a great resource. Half of my ideas come from other people. whether it's other literature, other things other DMs have said, whether it's in YouTube, in streams, in message boards, whatever. Half of my stuff is borrowed and changed and edited from other people's ideas. So, DM advice. Yes, that too. I'm giving out a whole lot of advice to you. Grain of salt. Stuff that works for my games might not work for your group, right? Because every group is a little different. So that, which is why I'm never embarrassed about saying exactly how I do things, even if I know other people won't like it, because I'm doing what's best for my group and all that kind of stuff. But it's also why it's valuable for me to share all that stuff too, because there might be another group that it works really well for. So always listen to ideas and, take from them what works and tell the rest of it to kick rocks, right? Ignore the stuff that doesn't work. There are so many bits of advice that are even considered well-accepted bits of advice that I just ignore because they don't work for my group and the way I run my worlds, right? So it's just be attentive and start learning, experiment with things, and things that don't work, don't use, right? Just kind of keep trying stuff. And like I say, it all kind of boils down to, don't be afraid to suck at it for a while, because eventually you'll start to learn what works and what doesn't, and you'll get really good at it, and then your players will love how good you are at it. So much advice. Endless advice. Okay, so the danger here, I'm just going to go ahead and say, I'm going to make my note here, easy battle here is what it's going to be. With all that, I don't think there's any other dangers. These guys aren't setting up any sort of traps or anything like that. I'm going to add in, yep, there we go, rewards, boom. Yeah. So and that's my approach to it. And there's some DMs that would never do it the way I do it. This is way more work than is necessary to keep a game going. The amount of world building that I do. But I got into D&D because I was a world builder as a hobby before I ever got into D&D. So for me, the fun of D&D comes from creating a world. And then D&D is just fun because it's my world that people can play in. So I will write things that players may never experience because they just don't go that direction. And some people would consider that a waste of time. I don't, because I had fun writing that world and I enjoyed doing it. So that's my approach to it. I like having a world that just has stuff happening in it, and our players have their own goal, and that stuff becomes either challenges like roadblocks or resources, depending on what they're trying to achieve and where they're going to do it. I present different roadblocks and resources based on where they go, and you can kind of set stuff like that. But as a general rule, it's just this world exists. So it's I guess the way that I describe it, I guess the best way to describe it is, here is the map for this particular campaign, right? These are all areas that have things going on. And depending on each place that they'll go, I'll have each place offer up tips on where the next place to go is, and so on and so forth. That said, if my players were just you know what, we just feel like going north, and they just started walking north, eventually they'd run into the centaurs. They might not have any reason to be there. They might not know what's going on there. They might even end up in a situation where they're very unfriendly. They where the centaurs are really unfriendly to them, and then it could get in the way of them being able to do other parts of their mission, right? Suddenly other parts of their mission become really difficult. But they can do that if they want to. In this situation, if they're friendly with the centaurs and they approach it at the right time, the centaurs will help give them tools that will then be really helpful in completing their mission. But their overall mission is to handle the Snolls and make it so that they can survive in their city, because right now they can't survive in their city. The tools that the centaurs will give them a whole lot of resources to make that easier. But in theory, that's not the only way to make the city livable again. They can do all kinds of different things to make it livable in the city. So, it's just a world with stuff in it, and they can just go wherever they want to if they feel like it. But then I'll drop little bits of information about hey, you should go this way. Nudge, nudge. Let's see here. Yeah, oh, absolutely. I reuse crap all the time. I reuse my stuff all the time. And that's where that reskinning comes into play, because I've got stuff that takes place in a desert, but it's hey, this is supposed to be a pyramid. But hey, it would be a really good dungeon for them. So I'm just going to take that. I'm going to call everything a knoll instead of a mummy. And boom, there we go. Reused. Let's see here. A new continent. At 3 locations, they were going to be discovered in order and determine where the locations would be, and built the map the players explored. Yeah, that's another thing you can do. You can absolutely build like the 5 places you're going to be, but don't put them on the map. And then you just say like, you can go in these 3 directions. And then whichever one they go to first, that becomes like the easiest one, so on and so forth. That's another really good trick. I like that one a lot, where you know the locations on the map, and you know the details of your locations, but you don't have it lined up to which details go to which locations. And even if you plan that, you can always unplug and replug things in as needed, right? It's not hard to do that. It's really not hard to do that. And that's one of the best tricks to make it seem like you're somehow omnipotent and you always know where they're going to go, even when you give them options. It's a really good one for really advancing the idea that you're like somehow, in real life of otherworldly powers as a DM. Clever Quantum Ogre. I like that. I like that title for it. All right, let's see here. I need to plan out some rewards for this area. So rewards. We'll just say I'm just gonna go ahead and say not much money. Oops, hold on. Actually, hold on. I'm gonna see. Oh, don't worry. Like I said, if I really wanted to just like only be productive and not discuss this stuff, I wouldn't stream my writing, right? Like I wouldn't do it. I would just send out a message and be like, no stream today, and I would just write, right? Or I would sacrifice other things in my life to just do the right. I like being here because, while it does slow down my progress of doing stuff, like the reason I'm showing my progress here so that other people can see what I do. And so it's all meant to be ignore chat. Yeah, that's the other thing. I would ignore chat, but that would be super boring for everyone. Right? But yeah, I could do that. But yeah, no, like I stream this writing process because I want other people to see what my writing process is. Because I get asked questions about it all the time. I get asked questions about how do you go about doing this? And like that's kind of where I was like, you know what? Let me just like write for other people. So that way I can kind of do double duty. Because the way I see it is, if I weren't streaming the writing, not only would I have to make more time for writing, I would also still have to make time for answering questions on message boards and stuff that people will ask me about things. So it's like, this way I can kind of double duty it, 2 birds, 1 stone here, and then just like, get on with it. Plus it makes me feel good to help other people, like I say, other people learn all this type of stuff. I love this hobby, and I really want this hobby to grow. I want D&D to keep being popular, and I want other people to be DMs so I can finally be a goddamn player for a change. Once you establish yourself as a DM, everyone will want you to DM for them. Everyone will come to you asking for a game. I've like 2 or 3 times a year, I have different people in my life asking me if I can start a new game for them. And like, I've gotten to the point where I have to say no after a certain point because I'm like, I just do not have time. I do not have time to lead another game for you. Like I'm too busy as it is. So, anyways, the rewards here. These gnolls are not wealthy gnolls. And these I'm actually going to say. Actually, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to change this. So a lot. Oops, no, that's the wrong thing. No highlight. Damn it, no highlight. Stop it. Undo. There we go. What I meant to do is I meant to change the font color. So I will do red. So when this is just like writing and planning tips. Black stuff is stuff that I can tell the players, right? So it's like, I'll tell the players, yeah, you're facing gnolls. Like, you're facing these many gnolls. 1 weaker gnoll, 3 stronger gnolls, right? That I'll tell them. But like, in the narrative, I'll read that aloud to them. But like the rewards, I'll just kind of do little, like, if it's in red, that means it's not meant for the players to hear. That's just notes for me. That's just a quick visual cue. Give yourself whatever works for you. Give yourself visual cues in your notes to distinguish things that are for the players and for the DM. Just so you don't accidentally give them meta knowledge or like give them spoilers. Oh, no, I appreciate that. I really appreciate that. I am actually a player in one group, and I am a DM in another group. But I mean it when I say I do not have time for more D&D in my life. I wish I did. I would love it if I could have a full-time job of D&D stuff. But no, my time is booked up. In fact, I actually had to cancel my D&D session that I run tonight for some of my other responsibilities, which include coaching kickboxing. They needed me to cover the Monday night class that I normally wouldn't do. So no, I appreciate that, and I'm flattered by that. I do appreciate it, and if my situation ever changes, I'm gonna remember your offer. Damn it, if it ever changes. But no, I'm actually very booked up. It's the principle of the thing. So someone else needs to do the job of being the DM for me every once in a while. No, I don't play D&D. I'm a player in a Pathfinder game, but it functionally it scratches the same itch for me, even if it's a different rule set. So okay, so these gnolls are not wealthy gnolls, mostly just their belongings and a few things they pilfered from town. Not town. There we go. Boom. So what I like to do for this is, so I'll put down notes. I like to make sure their weapons, right? So they can find their weapons, and like sometimes I'll itemize that, but mostly it's just like if players are like, oh yeah, I want to loot the weapons, I'll pull up their stat block and be like, okay, these guys can attack with spears and clubs. That means you can find crappy spears and crappy clubs. And unless it's like a boss, it's pretty much always just like generic, rusted, dull, mediocre crap that really is like not worth anything. So players want to just like carry that and itemize to sell. I can give them like, okay, yeah, you get like 2 extra gold. But like it's nice because some players will be like, yeah, I'm trying to collect up a whole bunch of crappy spears that I can just use for throwing. So it's like, okay, great. Yeah, these guys have 2 spears. You can pick those up, and he'll just kind of keep cycling through them that way rather than having to carry tons of weapons around with him all the time. So it's like, you offer that kind of stuff. And then one of the resources, and here's the other thing for advice, especially as a budding DM. Look online for all kinds of resources, because most of the footwork that you would have to do for writing these things and planning a session and stuff like that, someone has probably created a resource, a tool, that you just got to click a few buttons and it'll do all the work for you. The one that I'm thinking of right now, we're going to go to my loot gen tool. This isn't mine. Someone else made this. I use this. Loot generator, the 5e.tools/lootgen. There are many other versions that will do the same thing. This is just the one that I like to do because it formats it in a way that is pleasing to me and I enjoy. All right. And what I'll do is, you can do, is this a treasure hoard or just regular treasure? I'm going to say it's a hoard because it's for what they'll find in these guys' tents as a collective. You can choose it and you click roll loot. And what it'll do is it's programmed to have all of the loot tables from like the Dungeon Master's resources and all that kind of stuff. And rather than you having to find like 7 different tables and roll 15 dice to do it, it does it all for you right there. So all you got to do is copy whatever things you want and put them in there. So in this situation, I'm going to give them a couple of the gold. In fact, I don't even like that this is a treasure hoard. This is too much. So I'm going to unclick the hoard. We're going to roll the loot. And I'm going to do this for each individual. So we've got 1.4 gold, so we've got 4 enemies. 1, 2, 3, 4. So in total, they're going to find, let's see here, 1.4, it's 2, 7, 2, 7, that's 3, 9, we'll call that 4, 4, 5, so we're going to say 6 gold. They're going to find 6 gold's worth of wealth, and we'll just go ahead and say, oops, I need my notes here. What I'm going to say is 6 GP worth of small jewelry. We'll just say a few rings, a locket, and I don't know, a dented flask. Boom, there we go. That's what they find. And I like to put it as the gold, and I like to put it as items, because now what we can do, so here's what I'm going to do for the last thing, and this is me sort of taking my writing to a different level. This is something that I don't normally do, but my players have been showing more interest in it, and so I want to keep offering like that stuff. This is again sort of checking with your players and just being attentive to what they like. My players like itemized things. They like to kind of search, so they like the loot the bodies mechanic type of stuff. So I give them the itemized stuff if they want. And so now what we're going to do, this next session I'm going to do is mission tie-ins. There's no main mission, so we're gonna say, I'm gonna go ahead and make this red because this is just for me. No main mission things. We'll say, if players want, The itemized things can be returned to their owners in town for a total of, I don't know, if we want to say, let's see, this combat is worth 350 experience points, so we'll say for a total of, we'll say 25 XP each they may. So it's just like a little side quest thing, and they can sort of, you know, that's just there as an idea if they choose to do it. And the only reason I'm adding that is because I know my players might like to do that. So there's beat a boss but never looted him. They missed out on a ring of protection, and I kept asking, "What do you want to do? Anything else before I continue?" Yeah, when you try to feed them that kind of stuff. See, that's the kind of thing that I really like, though. I actually really like it when players will miss something, because then what you can do with that is bring it back later. Okay, so they never did that. Eventually, they beat a boss and never looted him. They never got that ring. Eventually, have them face a guy who's like another mini boss or something like that, and have him have a ring of protection, and have him drop a line being like, "Man, can you believe I just found this on a body? Like, I don't know how he died, but how no one else thought to check his pockets beforehand is beyond me," right? Throw that in there. Throw that in there, and that can, one, send the message to players like, "Hey, loot these bodies," and two, you can kind of be like, "Listen here, you idiots, you missed something and now the enemy has it." As I say, anything you give to players, you can also give to their enemies, right? As a DM, that's a beautiful thing. So that's what I would do in that situation. I would totally use that as an opportunity to mess with them. So let's see. Okay, so this, and so now that we figured out the reward, a few. Actually, you know what? I'm not even gonna do this. We'll say it's an easy battle, and then if there's like a key reward or something like that, I'll put it up there. But I'm not gonna put a little note about that. That's all that's in here. That's the importance of that room. That one's a really easy one. All right, we got time for one more room. No, go away. I don't want news. I don't want news, Windows. Stop it. I never wanted that in the first place. I don't know why you forced that down my throat. Like, please use our things. We went through so much trouble to put it, even though you didn't ask for it. Okay, we got time for one more room. I'm gonna get this one room, and I really want to do this one because this is where the inherent boss battle is going to be here. This here is where it's gonna be here, eh? Here. How many times can you use the word "here" improperly in a single sentence? Tune in to find out. All right. Okay, we're gonna say boss battle. And I think I have an idea for a reward that I want to do for this, but I'm going to ponder on it. And while I ponder on it, we're going to work on some other things. I tried to stop a wizard from teleporting away by using a full action to steal his chalk. Once the wizard pulled out another piece of chalk. He specified he wanted to get one piece of chalk. That is some wonderful trolling right there. That is some real trolling. That's where they needed the item we made earlier, which is an item of anti-magic, like the anti-magic bubble or whatever it was called, where it was like a whole area, and the idea was you can enchant, turning it into a rune, so you can enchant like an arrow with it. So you shoot a wizard with an arrow, and while that arrow is like embedded in their like shoulder or their leg or whatever, they couldn't do that. Well, hi Kitty, are you mad because I haven't fed you yet? I know. Hi there. There's my cat's tail. He's annoyed. A necromancer and a vampire who would potentially be in charge of who? Oh boy, I don't know. I feel like that one comes down to the personalities, because I feel like by power, inherently, either one of them has claim to being pretty powerful. I don't know that one inherently has any power over the other. You would lay right on them. Okay, this cat, I want you to look at her. Look at her laying down right on, she knows what she's doing. She knows exactly what she's doing, laying down right on the mouse. Because now she's going to get really mad when I move the mouse, and she's going to bite my hand. Isn't that right? Isn't that right? Such a little butthole. She's mad because she wants her dinner. She knows that dinner comes when we're done streaming, and she can tell that streaming is coming close to an end because she's just getting hungry. So now she's like, in her brain, it's like, oh, when he's done streaming, I get food. Let's try and bother him enough that he'll stop streaming. That's what's happening right now, isn't it? Little butthole. She has more chalk. Strong wizards only carry one piece of chalk. Yeah, that's fair. Oh yeah, always end sessions on a cliffhanger. Always end sessions when they're about to die, if you can. That's what I do. He's a cute angel, can't do anything wrong. You are incorrect. I love my cat dearly, don't get me wrong. But it is 100% incorrect that she can't do anything wrong. She does wrong things on purpose, on misguided attempts to get me to do what she wants. The worst part about it with cats is they're just stubborn enough to keep doing that thing. They'll keep doing that inappropriate thing until eventually you are going to do what they want. And in their head, it's like, haha, it worked. Even though it's like, so for her, she'll try and eat my plants a lot when she's getting hungry. And so she'll start doing that. And 9 times out of 10, I'll just chase her away until one time when I'm walking towards the kitchen, she'll run over, take a bite of the plant and be like, ha, it worked. See, I ate the plants all those times. And then finally he fed me. Yeah, you're a turd. I love you, but you're a turd. Yeah, well, I told you I'm going to move the mouse. You don't get to be mad at me. You laid down on my mouse on my desk. Okay, if you start helping with the bills around here, I'll start listening to your complaints. But as of right now, you have no room, cat. No room. Necromancers aren't damaged by sunlight. Technically, vampires aren't dead. That's fair. That's fair. Those are fair arguments. All right, let's see here. Okay, so the boss battle. Narrative. We'll say, let's see here. So, from a Snoll's perspective, you could see this tent as being grand and glorious. To you, it is just extra gross and smelly. Either way, it's clear that this is the tent of a powerful leader among the rest of the Snolls. Confirming your suspicion, you see an exceptionally large and dangerous looking Snoll. That's his name, Stool the Snoll. Dangerous looking, exceptionally large and dangerous looking Snoll, milling about with a few lackeys. Yeah. Is it because lackeys isn't actually a word it recognizes, or yeah, it's just not recognizing lackeys? I was gonna say, so I'm pretty sure that's how I would spell lackeys, but it might just be kind of a Shakespearean made-up word here. The few lackeys in tow, seeming to serve him. He may not be the king of the Snolls, but there's no doubt that he's the guy you've been sent after in this part of the camp. Boom, there we go. Going for a stroll. I love it, and yes, it is canon. It is known. I thank you for that. I'm not even gonna pretend that I'm doing anything other than stealing that from you. I like that. Yes, they're going for a Snoll stroll, 100%. The Snolls are on stroll. Patrol stroll. Stroll patrol? Pastrol. There it is. It's a pastrol. That's what it is. Now it sounds like a dish, though. Now it sounds like an Italian dish. I'm gonna have a stroll for dinner. a pastrol. I don't know. I like pastrol. The Snolls are on pastrol. Boom. There we go. We're basically inventing a new language. We're witnessing the ascension of English to even further heights of amazing slang. Right as we speak. I hope you guys are happy. You're part of history now. You guys are part of history. All right? We're making history now. But you didn't think that was going to happen when you woke up this morning. You're welcome. Right, anyway. Danger. Cat, would you stop flicking your tail all mad at me? You know how this works. We've been doing this for like years now. You understand this process. You don't decide when it ends. The clock decides when it ends, and then you get fed. She's so mad at me right now. She's pouting so hard. Hold on. Look at that glare. She's so mad. She is so mad right now. I love this cat. It cracks me up. Just so mad right now. All right, danger. Danger is the boss battle. Let's see here. Worth. What did we set it worth? The boss battles are going to be worth about 1,300. Yeah, so I'm going to go ahead and stick with that 1,300. XP. Just because I like it, we're going to make sure we put a little comma there. Just makes it look that much more professional. So one of our little boss dudes here. Where is he? Null Fang of Yinogu. I won't call him that. I'll just say this is an extra big bad Null. He's going to huff and puff. He's going to blow your stone castle down. And then I want to do 4. I want to give him lots of lackeys in this situation because he's going to be the big bruiser here. But I want lots of lackeys to try and help distract from the battle. So I'm going to go with a lot of the weak guys here. Just because, and also this is because I know my players. So I have so much affection for my players. And I'm generally very proud of how well they've learned how to play D&D. And in general, how good they've gotten at tactics. But one thing my players will never, at this point in time, I don't think they'll ever catch on to it. The one thing that my players do not understand is that it is, largely speaking, there are exceptions, but generally speaking, it is better to everyone focus on one guy and take them out one at a time, right? There's a certain logic behind like, oh, like you handle those guys, you handle those guys, you handle those guys, right? And that kind of makes sense, but that's much better for real world where there's not turn-based. When it's turn-based, and your enemies are like going to be guaranteed to get as many attacks in per round as you are, you want to take down enemies as quickly as possible. And the best way to do that is to have all of you hit one guy, unless the big guy is like summoning more little guys too. Start with the small guys. Take out all those small guys because those small guys won't be doing much to you, but if you have 5 of them all doing 5 damage per turn, right, that's 25 free damage per turn while you guys are goofing around, like whittling them down. If it takes 4 turns to get any of those guys out, even if you get them all out at once, that's 100 damage that you've just taken over the course of those 4 turns. Whereas if you take out 1 per turn, it starts off as 25, but then it's only 20, and then 15, and then 10, and so far, like so forth, you know, so on and so forth is what I'm trying to say here. So that eventually, like, you only end up taking 60 damage over those 4 turns as opposed to 100. And my players will never figure that one out. They have yet to figure it out, and it's been 2 years we've been playing this game, and they still don't figure it out. And they sit there and they're like, oh my god, these guys are hitting us so much. I'm like, yeah, they are, because all of them gets a turn. Take them out. Because what that means is you have fewer times you're getting attacked. You have fewer times that you're relying on luck to let you stay alive. So always start with like everyone focusing on one. Whether you all focus on the boss or the mini guys depends on the scenario and the situation. But everyone just like wail on one guy, and all of you guys just like, you know, run over there, push him down, kick him, take his shoes, then move to the next guy and repeat. The best tactic. But my players won't understand that. They never seem to catch on, so I'm going to go ahead and take advantage of it. We're going to make sure that boss battle is real tough with lots of small guys that will keep attacking them. So it sounds, I know, I sound very adversarial towards my players often, but it drives me insane. It drives me insane. Try on the enemy. The most action economy. Exactly. Thank you. Action economy. I say that every time. I say that so often to my players. And like, I'll try and every once in a while drop the thing. I'll be like, I'll sort of like, as a recap, I'll be like, just so you guys are aware, like I won't even like tell them what to do. I'll just tell them. I was like, yeah, the problem was you guys there were so many enemies and all of them were alive for most of that battle. So they just kept being able to hit you. Yeah. And like, it's to the point where I'm kind of like, they kept being able to hit you. Wink, wink. Maybe you should maybe if there were fewer enemies, you'd have been doing better. Wink, wink. And they'll just never get it. They'll never get it. And I'm comfortable saying that right now because I don't think any of them are watching right now. And even if they are, they know they have to shut up because they're getting insider information about what's coming up in their campaign. So, yeah, take your lick, you dummies. Also, I call them dummies to their face all the time. It's our rapport. It's cool. It's cool. I have much affection for them. They're some of my best friends. But they're also dummies. Rewards. All right, hold on. I gotta I gotta try and like go through this pretty quick because I'm technically 1 minute away from being out of time. My time is a little different today, so I can go over a little bit, but not much. Mostly because this one will not let me. Look at her. Now she's taking the tactic of, look how cute I am. I am so cute. I am so cute. Don't you want to feed me? Oh, I am so cute. And now she knows I'm making fun of her. She's like, fine. Like how I personify my cat this much. Oh, stop it. Now she's going to hit me with her tail. No, don't sit on the computer. Don't put your little butthole on my escape key. Don't do that. One of her favorite things to do. See, look what she did. Look what she did. Dang it, undo. Cat. Yeah, just hang out on your cat tree. It's almost time. Might have been a memory leak from the Minecraft game starting earlier. Well, like, we might be gone by the time you get back, but either way, thank you for stopping by, and hopefully we'll see you before the end of the session. If not, we'll see you next time. Let's see. Okay, so the rewards here. What I think I want to do is I'm going to put a DM note here. I'm going to say some of these. Well, I'm going to say the key may be elsewhere if things are too fast and we need to beef this up a bit. So I'm going to, as a baseline, give him the key to the cages that the captives are being kept in. Wow, that was some alliteration there. The key to the cages the captives are being kept in. Although they weren't all C's, there was a K in there, but that's okay. That's okay. There we go. I'm going to have as a baseline him carrying the key, but if, like, they take the forest approach, if they decide, because, like, with our map, right, they've got a few approaches, they take the forest approach and kill him right off, and then are also like, oh, wait, we want to go capture these guys, I might hide the key somewhere else just to make sure that it's not too, like, quick and easy for them to do that, because the other thing is I want to make sure that they do get their experience points, or at least get close to leveling up by the end of this whole sequence here. I don't want them to, like, be at the beginning of level 2 when they're going into the level 3 stuff. They'll be in big trouble if I let that happen. So we'll do that. So we got to make sure our font color is standard here. Yeah, there we go. Okay, font color standard. Let's see here. Weapons, again, they can itemize if they want to. I am going to give this guy a horde of stuff because this is the boss. They deserve it. Come on, there we go. Roll the loot. Okay. Oh, perfect. I like this. I like the art objects. I'm gonna skip the magic items. No, I'm not actually. No, I'm not. I'm gonna take all of this. I don't want to download the JSON. I just want to copy and paste. We'll just have to reformat some of this stuff here. Copy this. Let's go into here, and we're going to paste it here. We got to do some reformatting here. For this, I'm just going to say I'm not going to itemize the gold. We in my groups. So here's just a little tip for anyone who's interested. You know, for like the newer starting out, you'll find that unless you have a group that really likes to itemize and play economy stuff, it's going to be easiest to just like have all money handled in like gold. You can have platinum in there a little bit, but silver and copper are just so small that it becomes cumbersome, and I usually find my players get annoyed having to do that much math. So we just round everything to the nearest, like anything under a gold, we just round to a gold, and they recognize they're paying a little bit more, but they're okay with it because to them it's just worth it. So we're going to say, I'm just going to reformat this to a way that I like it better. There are six 25 gold art objects worth 150. I'm going to, just for the sake of formatting, I'm going to take off the links because it opens up the link to the loot gen and it just re-rolls it, so it's not actually helpful. So I'm going to remove the link there. And then again for formatting, because I like to know how many up front, it's easier to remember. If I can see there's 2 of these there. And then same with this one. 2 of these, so if they want to get that and they can return it. Magic items. Yeah, okay, so we're going to just say, I'm going to get rid of that for the sake of formatting. Let's see here. And some of these I'm actually going to get rid of. I'm not going to do the spell scrolls, but we will leave the potions. That's what I want to do. I don't Spell scrolls, because I have the rune system that I use for my players, I don't like spell scrolls. Because runes are more popular or more powerful and more fun for players. So it's just more interesting for them to get like runes and then go through the process of adding them on and having a more permanent effect rather than just a one-off spell scroll. Because the other thing I find with players is a lot of times they'll kind of fall into the trap of trying to use a spell scroll. It doesn't work like they had hoped it would. Like it doesn't just end up being the way they thought it was going to be, and it just feels like a waste and a disappointment to them. So I usually just kind of get rid of the spell scrolls and then let them have the potential to find their runes and stuff like that. So we'll just do these things. They can find those among the horde here of stuff that he found. I need to get rid of the link here. Yeah, remove that link. Good. Now the last thing to do is just our mission links. How did I call that? Mission tie-ins. Good. Hold on. Bullet point that one. There we go. Mission tie. Align. Mission tie-ins. Go. On underline. So let's see here. Obviously, killing the. Oops, I need this to be our DM note here. I don't want to just explicitly state this stuff to players. We can translate it as needed. Killing boss satisfies main mission. Boss may have key to prisoners. We'll just say may be on another knoll if, excuse me, on another snoll if it's better to add more, right? So if we want to give them more to do, we can do that. And then we can also say, we'll just say here, and capture any snolls if desired. And actually, I need to paste this, or copy and paste this up here. And I'm going to paste that right there. Perfect. Okay. There we go. There we go. There's some good beefed up regions right there. Didn't get through a whole lot, but we got a couple. We're on our way. We're on our way. And I feel good about that. So now I'm looking at the time, and I do got to get myself going. I've got a very limited number of hours because I have to go get my rock climbing in. And like I say, I am guest lecturing for our kickboxing class tonight. Well, really, it's an MMA class. They want a kickboxing lesson, is what they wanted. So I got to go teach that. So I have very little time to sort of unwind for myself, and I'm going to take it. Because like I said earlier, you have to guard your time in this world because other people will want to take it. Not that you guys are being malicious about it, but, you know, I got to guard my time. So thank you so much to everyone who stopped by. I appreciate you guys coming by, and I appreciate all the questions and comments that you guys had. Like, for real, I'm not going to be upset about people asking too many questions. If I have stuff that needs to get done, or like sometimes if the comments and the questions get too far off topic and I'm just trying to get stuff done, I might just like kind of usher through it. But in general, I really appreciate having the commentary. I really like the discussion, because I really like knowing that there are people who are working on their DMing stuff, who are thinking about this stuff to be DMs and wanting to be DMs themselves. I really like that, and I really want to encourage that. So I genuinely do really appreciate all the conversation, all the comments, and everything that we had today. Plus, it just, like, you know, it's really flattering to me. It strokes my ego a little bit when people act like I know stuff. So, you know, thank you for that. Pat myself on the back there. No, thank you guys for stopping by. I appreciate you guys. Let's see here. It is Monday. As of right now, I do believe that I'll be able to stick to my usual streaming schedule this week. My usual schedule is Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, starting at 11:30 a.m. Eastern Time Zone, going until about 3:30 p.m., as we're doing right now. Mondays and Thursdays are the writing days, where we do D&D writing. And then Tuesdays and Fridays are when I game. Right now we're going through the Fallout series. We're on Fallout 2 right now. So if you want to see some old school Fallout action, some top-down Fallout action, stop by during those gaming streams. Otherwise, if you're just interested in the writing stuff, Thursday's going to be the next day. Other ways to stay connected, though, like I mentioned, I've got my Discord server. So if you want to have other discussions and other questions, I'm not on there a whole lot, but when I'm on there, I am always happy to answer questions, talk about different like homebrew stuff, talk about different ideas that people have, all that kind of stuff. So it's a great way to stay connected. Other ways to stay connected too, I have most social medias. I've got my Twitter at EnviroStreams. I've got my Instagram, EnviroBoyStreams, although that one tends to be not stream related. That's kind of the other stuff that I do. I like to share it there. Got my YouTube channel, EnviroBoy. You can find all of my VODs, so if you want to go back and see other things that I've written, go for it. It's not very well cataloged. It's just kind of all this big jumble of old VODs there, but they're all there if you want to go check that out. And then the other one that I've got is I've got a TikTok now. Been using that to just put up little stream clips and stuff like that. So if you want to stay connected with that, because there's streams that you miss and you want to just see if anything fun and wacky happened, that's a good way to stay connected as well. Those are all the ways to stay connected. We talked about my schedule coming up. As of right now, I think I should be here for my normal schedule. Sometimes that changes on a whim based on what my day job is requiring of me. Sometimes I've got my afternoons free. Other times I'm busy, and sometimes that changes rapidly. So that's just the nature of my work, and I got to pay the bills first. So, but in general, I should be back at those times. So I think that's all the announcements I've got. That's all that I've got. So thank you so much to all of you guys stopping by. Again, I can't thank you enough. I appreciate it. Have a ton of fun doing these. It means a lot to me. But yeah, have a good rest of your day. Hopefully I'll see you tomorrow. If not tomorrow, later this week. If not later this week, then, whenever the next time I see you is. Might not be for a while if it's not this week. Next week, I suppose I can announce that. Next week I will not be streaming. Next week I will be out of town. I am going on vacation. And I am super looking forward to going on that vacation with people I care about. It's going to be a great time, but I will not be streaming for you guys. Not that I don't care about all of you guys in the audience, right? But it's just like, there's different things that you do with different people. So I do this with all of you guys, and then I go on vacations with other people who are also sometimes in the audience. It's like, because my, people care about me. I don't know, man. I'm just bragging hard at this point in time. Hopefully I will see you later this week. I appreciate you guys. You guys are an awesome audience. I'm very grateful to all of you. Have a good rest of your day, and I'll catch you cats on the flip side.